Hello, Oh, there I am. That was weird. It was perfectly fine 2 seconds ago before I started. Not that anyone would have noticed, considering I forgot to change the screens. All the scenes, rather. Nobody noticed that the fact that the stream is started on the end scene because I forgot to change it. No one noticed that, except me. God damn it. Anyway, hi everyone. I'm mega sleepy. I went to sleep so late last night. I have commissions to do and I'm occupied with those, and I'm doing that and I'm sleepy. Alright, we were in the middle of this cross-examination. I almost forgot. I almost forgot that we ended 15 minutes over time and I was just so tired. Okay, let me recheck what you said. Let me just go back to the shed. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I mean, I read the coroner's report, technically. I wish I could examine it, although it's pretty obvious that the red coat does not have the, you know, the candelabrum. Ergo, they were not stabbed. They were not stabbed. Like, well, technically, you could avoid the situation if, like, the coat is open and they stab under what's on the coat. But like, if the coat has no blood, then like, it still counts because it should be bloody at the very least. The logic in Ace Attorney games sometimes it gets me. Wait, I need to hydrate. The fact that I did not sleep very well last night means that I need like extra mental preparation to deal with this shit. Oh boy. Chairman Winner, you know what this is, of course. The red raincoat. That's right, isn't it, Verity? Yes, sir, the one Miss Ringer was wearing. I warn you, Mr. Edward, you will not be thanked for retreating all ground here. Well, I'm afraid I might have to regardless. Now then, if you'll answer me this, Judge Cabell. It was that the victim's bloodstains were found on the coat. Alright, the bloodstains were found, but like there's no marks, so it still counts. But do you remember where exactly they were found? Of course, they were found on the hood and... No. What's the matter, Verity? The hood and... Was blood found anywhere else on the raincoat? No, it was not. Doesn't that strike you as odd? The victim died of stab wounds to the chest. Wouldn't that lead one to expect to find bloodstains in that area? Never mind the fact that there's, like, if they were wearing that while they were stabbed, it should have the marks. And yet, there was blood only on the hood. That's a glaring contradiction if I ever saw one. The head wound the victim suffered wasn't just some accidental injury. It was inflicted before the stab wound to her chest. Perhaps you are correct. Perhaps the victim did sustain the head injury first. As you said, if she had been stabbed first, there should be blood in the chest area of the raincoat. Therefore, Miss Ringer cannot have been stabbed before the head injury had been inflicted on her. But even if we concede this point, that the head injury came before the chest wound, what difference would it make? How does it change your understanding of the case? I'd say it changes things a great deal. In fact, it raises an even more fundamental contradiction. That is quite a bold claim, Mr. Edward. I have to admit you have me intrigued. Perhaps you could show us this fundamental contradiction with some evidence. Good question. Wait. That was the chest. I need to say it post-mortem. The coroner's findings are wrong. Because it cannot be post-mortem, it has to be pre-mortem. Is that even a term that the that they use pre-mortem. Because, like, that makes no sense. Right? Like, it only matters if it is post-mortem. If it is pre-mortem, then it can just be like, you know, a wound.
Take that!
This is Dr. Hertz's preliminary findings, according to which the victim suffered a head injury post-mortem. But the evidence suggests that by the bloodstains on the raincoat is exactly the opposite, yes. Bailiff, escort Herbie's opponents, Dr. Hilda Hertz, to the committee chamber with all due haste. Until she testifies, this case cannot be brought to a close. Hey, yes, Your Honor, I'll go fetch her at once. Unfortunately, Dr. Hertz is a very busy woman. I doubt she will be able to come immediately. In the meantime, there is another important angle I would like to explore. Frankly, something has been bothering me about the person at the heart of this case. The so-called ringleader. Who exactly are they? Yeah, good point. We never look into that, huh? Despite having been mentioned repeatedly in this hearing, we still don't know even the most basic facts that might help us uncover their identity. Well, Mr. Edward, do you have any thoughts on the matter? We've seen nothing that might serve as clear evidence of the actioneer's identity as of yet. But there is someone involved with the case that I can name, and I'm pretty sure that I'm right. I suspect that at the very least, they might be able to point us in the right direction. And that's... Chairman Wiener, I demand that you testify as to what you know. What? Why is he so obviously evil? Like, he's so obviously evil. It's a little overwhelming. Like, even Von Karma wasn't so obviously evil, and he was obviously evil, but this guy is like 10 levels more obviously evil than Von Karma. And that Gant. Are you crazy? Why would you accuse my dad? Because he's guilty. You would cast doubt on the integrity of the chairman of the committee. Yes. Do you understand the implications of such an act? I don't care who or what he is. We're talking about the truth here. And also, you do recognize that a committee member was killed on the storage that is over the committee's chamber, while like auctions, like illegal auctions, were going on the committee's chamber. Like, he's the most guilty looking motherfucker in this situation. How do you make this happen without you being a member of the committee and or actually nothing else? You have to be a member of the committee, and he's the most likely. He's the most obviously evil looking person. Unless it's you, but you don't look that evil. You're mostly just a pain in my fucking ass. And about a man who seems dead set on framing Kay at all costs. The mask, corsage, ticket stuff, and everything else. The items Kay was carrying when she was found, they were deliberately placed in her possession somehow. By Chairman Wiener himself. You have to admit that it's a very compelling argument, Gabriel. A shocking accusation and one I find hard to believe, but for the sake of completeness, I must ask, why would he do such a thing? To cast suspicions of Kay, of course, why else? I even managed to get him to say something to that effect. Chairman Wiener, your rebuttal, please. And you gonna say anything? I think the good chairman might be in shock. So what is I did? Do you hear me, dear boy? I said, so what if I did? Oh god, he's an O.J. Simpson kind of guy, isn't he? He's gonna go to jail and he's gonna write like a memoir called If I Did It. Yes, you got me to admit as much. But where is your proof, When no witnesses to speak of, your word alone is hardly enough to make an accusation like that stick. Or do you mean to tell me that you have something more to base your purpose on? He still has the arrogance he showed back at the detention center, and yet... Mr. Edward? I am going to have to ask you to explain yourself. If that's alright, Mrs. German. Not at all. I'll be very interested to hear this for myself. I'm intrigued to learn where Miles might have gotten the idea that I'm some sort of criminal. My brother in Christ, you just look evil. And this is Ace Attorney. Because you'll never find a more fine and upstanding citizen than myself. No, I'm pretty sure that I can find a couple more upstanding citizens, don't worry about it. He has a lot of nerve acting all innocent like that. Edward, I hate to break this to you, but he's not acting innocent. He's acting like a person who can get away with it. Like, this is not the act of an innocent man who thinks he can prove he's innocent. This is the act of a man who is clearly guilty and who's just very, very good and avoiding responsibility for his crimes. Very different. Very well, let's start at the very beginning. The fact that the auction took place right here in this hollow trial chamber is a point of suspicion. A location that should by rights only be accessible to members of the committee, so that already, you know, puts you on the spot. Yeah, they all have key cards to their room after all. Furthermore, these actions seem to be held on a somewhat regular basis, and for that to be possible, there can be only one winning explanation. That's right, Mr. Winner, that the auctioneer is a member of the committee. What? No! What on earth is wrong now? Why do I do that? I played right into his hands. Yeah, did you utter nitwick? But Miles, my boy, you do realize that you've cast quite the wide net with your explanation. That's true. There are 11 members of the committee altogether. Well, there's 10. One is dead. Then, given Miss Ringer's unfortunate passing, 10 potential suspects in total. Well, that lady isn't me. And it can't be the chairman, can it? Whoever it is, speak up right now. Come down, all of you, please. Well, Miles, is that all the proof you got against me? You're very quiet all of a sudden. But it's too late to back out now. You accuse a former chief prosecutor and current committee chairman of a crime. I would tell you to prepare for the worst. But I'm not prepared for what you're about to face. I don't like his eyes also. They make me nervous. You've been forcing us to argue over every little detail for a while now. Yeah, because that's my job. Asshole. Where the murder happened, the order of the victim's injuries, some other things I hardly even remember. But you need to have bottom, my boy, because it's all irrelevant in the end. Think about it, the suspect herself has already said she did it. That's all that matters at the end of the day, and her sentence will be lighter for it, so rejoice. What a douchebag. And there you have it. Feel free to pick holes in it as you see fit. Oh, wait. I had to sneeze. I'm just having a moment because, like, what is he planning? Yeah. I had to sneeze again. Thank God that I can at least mute my mic, because you wouldn't like to hear the sneezing I'm doing. It's incredibly loud. How can I when that was barely a testimony to begin with? That man, he's a very powerful person, isn't he? It's okay, Mr. Edward. Please just let it go. I did it. I'm the murderer. I even remember doing it. You saw a flash of something half remember, Kay. Nothing more. If you must believe in something, believe in me, who believes in the you, who believes in the One Piece. I mean, believe me when I say that say you should believe in your own innocence instead. But also believes in the you and believes in the One Piece. But I'm up against the head of the committee here. This isn't going to be easy. But he seems to think he already won. Perhaps I can use that against him. That is true. He is a very stupidly proud person. Yeah, you don't care. It's either here or here. Because, like, all that I need to prove, really, is that what Kay's remembering is either not true or entirely different than what how she's remembering it.
Hold it!
Just because she confessed to something doesn't make it the truth. Kay is suffering from amnesia, so any statement she makes should be taken with at least a grain of salt.
Objection!
Even so, it doesn't exactly solve anything for us, does it, dear boy? And it would be nonsensical to dismiss her confession, alright? I'll tell you what. Why don't we ask her one last time? I'm sure she'll just say she did it again. Fine, let's do it. Let's ask her again. We'll see if she really believes herself to be the culprit. Huh? You mean me? This is really what you want, Mr. Edward. If it goes badly, it could significantly weaken your position. I know, but there's no other way. I only request that I be the one to question her. You really know how to get an old man's heartstrings, you know? That sniffle was a little too dramatic, I feel. But fine. Let's go away. On one condition. It turns out to be a waste of time. That's it. We'll call it proceedings and then and there. Agreed? Call the proceedings to an end? You mean the hearing? Yes, dear boy, that's right. Perhaps you aren't a complete muddlehead after all. Not just so we're clear, if we ask again and all that happened is the girl confirms her guilt. She is officially declared guilty on the spot. Yeah, that sounds like a great plan if I do say so myself. That's it? You just declare her guilty just like that? The gist of it. It's a big risk. He's going to find a way to condemn her either way if we don't do something. Kay? Yes? I know it's a lot to ask, but I need you to think. Do you remember anything else about what happened on the day of the murder? Anything that might help us prove your innocence? Why? Why are you still fighting it, Mr. Edward? It's no use. I can't be of help to you. I'm sorry. I'm too scared to try and remember anymore. What if I remember something even worse? And if I did? It's just be making more trouble for you. Please, just accept it. The Kay you thought you knew is a dangerous criminal. A criminal who let you down and betrayed your trust. Don't worry, Kay. You have nothing to be afraid of. I may not have known you for very long, but I know you well enough. And right now, I'd say I know you better than you know yourself. You would never commit a murder. You could never, because this is who you really are. Ah yes, Ilya Tagarasupin.
Take that!
I love how that takes like 50% of your HP. It's like, yeah, you need to be really bad to fuck that up twice. You're the great thief Yetagarasu, a noble outlaw who would never stoop so low as to kill. I can't do it, I'm sorry. Because all I can see is the one memory that's returned. I have to face it,
Hold it!
No, the only evidence of your guilt is the confession they force out of you. As I said earlier, you have to believe that you're better than that. Or are you saying you don't believe a word of what I've been telling you? No, it's not that. You're trying so hard to help me. And you're risking so much for me. It's too much. You have to stop, I'm begging you. Ah, so that's what's going on. It's the guilt. I thought it was strange, but now I see. The reason you're allowing yourself to be railroaded into accepting your fate is because of me, isn't it? Which is exactly what the Kay I know would have done. God, you're acting worse than my boyfriend. And he's an idiot. You're a good person, Mr. Edward. Sorry to burst your bubble, but I'm not. And I don't plan on becoming one anytime soon. Edward gets called a good person by Phoenix, gets offended, gets called a good person by this teenage girl. Immediately says that he's not a good, like every single fucking person can call Edward a good person, and he's just gonna be like, no, all of you are lying, fuck off. Because despite all your wishes to the contrary, I'm still trying to help you. So you see, I'm merely been serving my own ego regardless of what I put you through. I guess that's true, but like, it's not... I don't know. Edward, you're being kind of a douchebag. I mean, I get it, because that's the attitude that I have about the things that I do. But you know, if you help people out of self-serving reasons, or if you do it out of, you know, kindness, is it not the same at the end of the day? Because you help the person and that's what really matters? Well, I guess depends if you have like ulterior motives, but what matters is that you help someone. Now let's try this again. See the good in yourself, Kay. Remember the noble thief you truly are. Without memory of you committing the murder, you need to question it with all you have. That's all I ask. So please do it for me. Did she pass out? Okay. Oh no, she's fine. She's having a moment. What's wrong? Do you remember something? It'd be like some cliche movie plot if she did. A cow. What? A cow? Mr. Edward? If you could perhaps ask her for a few more details? Well, Kate, what can you tell us about this cow? I remember now. The person in the red raincoat, she had it in her hand. A stuffed cow. I can see it so clearly now. Are you sure, Miss Faraday? Are you absolutely certain? Yes, I'm sure. And this court acknowledges the defendant's latest statement as new testimony.
Objection!
Have you lost your mind, Verity? I can't accept testimony like this. With all due respect, Mr. Chairman, information pertaining to the victims and her possessions is new and highly relevant evidence.
Objection!
Need I remind you of the adult state of her memory? No, this simply won't do. Adult? But if we claim her memory is unreliable now, then our own argument is weakened, sir. You said yourself only a few minutes ago. Thanks to the suspect's confession, we need not worry ourselves over the finer details, do you not? Were we to call the validity of her memories into question, then we must also call into question the confession on which our entire argument is based. Is that really the most advisable course of action? Yes, you're right. Proceed as you see fit then. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're still in the game, but only by the skin of our teeth. Well, there went the skin of our scrotum. And only thanks to Judge Gravel's intervention. The fuck is her plan? I don't trust her. It's almost as if she was on our side for a second. Well, Mr. Edward, the stuffed animal? I believe the cow in question is this thing here, Your Honor. We found it in the storeroom. And believe it is yet another action lot. Wait, that's... do you know something, Cabell? No, it's just... not what I imagined. I suppose it is a rather odd thing for the victim to have been carrying. I should look it over carefully. The right horse seems intact, but I can't say it's doing too much for the overall symmetry of this stuffed toy. Look, Mr. Edward, it moves. It does? It sounds like sand being crushed. It would seem there is a recording device hidden inside. And I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. Oh, god damn it, I think that's Excelsior. Nothing to say for yourself? Yeah, that's definitely Excelsior. I waited so long for this day and now finally have my revenge. Could this be the moment of the murder? And someone made a recording of it. Okay, but like... see, if the Ace Attorney universe had voices, it would make this kind of shit like very obvious because it's like, yeah, that's clearly Excelsior. That is definitely probably Excelsior. Hey, that's them right there. Them's the voices I heard. Should have Sexy's X. Should have Sexy's X. Oh wait, no, they were using the voice changer, so it probably didn't sound like Excelsior. Okay, fair. But also, if they didn't have voice changers in the Ace Attorney universe... Unfortunately, we have no way of verifying when these voices were recorded. It's possible they have nothing to do with the murder. If only there were some accompanying video footage. Yeah, got bugs in your ears or something, lady. I don't tell ya them's the voices I heard. And we already know the victims are holding that thing, right? So it's gotta be from when she got. Yes, it is a possibility. But a weak one without more than your word to back it up. We need something more, something credible. We need? Yet again, she seems to be stepping in help. Judge Gravel, I think we all know the voices are from the moment of the murder. Consider for a moment the words we heard of the speaker say, I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you, you can't hide that burn from me. I believe we'll have something that could explain what these words are referring to and how it's all related. Which piece of evidence proves the voices are from when the murder occurred? Well... probably the coroner's finder. The coroner's preliminary findings. How do they prove anything? Indeed, what on this page shows that the voices must be from the time of the murder. Yeah. Prominent burn mark. There it is. Weird that it just doesn't make me mark it in any other way. It's kind of weird. Think again of the words we have. This part in particular sticks out in my mind. You can't hide that burn from me. The victim had a prominent burn mark on the back of her right hand. And what of it? According to case testimony, the victim was carrying the stuffed cow toy, and a burn mark, an identifying mark unique to the victim, was mentioned on the recording and captured. Ah, it's just a coincidence. Stuff like that happens all the time, right?
Overruled.
I'm not so sure that it does, especially not in this case. The court accepts that the recording may be from the time of the murder, in which case one of the two voices must belong to the real culprit, and based on the content of the conversation, it seems likely that is the one we hear the most. But that still doesn't tell us anything about the killer's true identity, or even if they're male or female. Due to the voice changes, correct. Unfortunate, but unavoidable. One thing, however, has become clear. We are now able to say that the voices Miss Hardhead were those of Miss Ringer and her killer. Just like I done tell you they was. We can say something else now, too. And let's hear it. That is, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman. Do as you wish. According to Miss Hart, just before the murder occurred, two people came up to the storeroom from the committee chamber on the elevator. The ringleader and one of the auction attendees. It seems that this was the point at which money exchanged hands. The murder happened immediately afterwards, and the auction carried on after that. All of which points to one key fact. But eso this has to be tell us. Yeah, the ringleader was a killer. If the ringleader was the auction's sole auctioneer, then it follows that they cannot be the victim. Hey, Cabell! Not right now, Eustace. It's a good boy. And if they weren't the victim, then they can only have been the killer. A compelling argument, but hardly conclusive. I am fully aware of that, Your Honor. I was merely warming up for the main event. Excelsius, your silence makes me uncomfortable. There were certain traces left on the scene that seemed to suggest that the ringleader was the killer. Then please hurry up and show us. What is something that was placed on the scene that points to the ringleader having been the killer? Well, I would say it's a clothes box. Like, I need to think about it. The clothes box seems the most likely because, like, only the ringleader would have been able to, like, hide it there. Otherwise... like... I'm trying to think, like, what else do I have? I guess it committee chamber blood, because, like... it, like... the auction was happening in the chamber. And, like... it would make sense that they would, like... pay more attention to the chamber, like, try to make it so the chamber looked like the scene of the crime, to make sure that nobody checked the storeroom. I mean, that's another possibility, and it kind of makes sense. The box is weird because, like, you don't know when that blood came, like, when that blood was, like, put there, like, when the body was hid there. You could argue that the body might have been a different one, like, if they haven't tested the blood inside of the box, it could be the blood of another person. So, like, that's a little more vague. I feel like the committee chamber one might work. Otherwise, I guess the elevator blood is possible, but it seemed the committee chamber blood and the box are the most likely.
Take that!
The killer deliberately left a large pool of blood at the foot of the Goddess of Justice statue. It was due to that blood that we originally thought the murder had happened in this chamber. But it was simply a ruse designed to cover up the blood that had dripped down from the storeroom, in order to conceal the existence of the underground action, correct? I feel more of the storeroom where they keep the things for the action, but yeah, correct. If the culprit had nothing to do with the auction, they would have had no reason to cover up that blood, which further supports the theory that the ringleader and the killer were one and the same. And as to the identity of the ringleader, do you have anyone you'd like to name? The auction is always held in this committee chamber with its storeroom located just overhead. So at the very least, we know the murderous ringleader has some connection to the committee. Yes, yes. And you suspect me, correct? As the committee's most powerful member, that should hardly be a surprise, right?
Objection.
You're a fine prosecutor. Not much I'll give you. But as I think I may have mentioned already, you're also hopelessly naive and can speak. It's because I'm old. You got nothing here, boy, have you? No evidence whatsoever. Unless you got something to share after all. Do you have any evidence to show that a Chairman Winner is the murderer? Not really. Like, I don't have anything that points to him directly is the issue. I have a lot of circumstantial stuff. I have what he said to me when I was at the detention center, but I don't really have anything that I can say, yeah, this is like totally evidence that he did it. It was Chairman Winner himself who brought up the fact that I suspected him. And he seems confident right from the get-go that he's untouchable, which means he knows. He knows I have nothing. Well, Miles, my boy, time to pay the piper. I've always wanted to say that. Verity is all yours. Wait, dang it, I just remember something. Huh? You have amnesia too? Nah, it just came to me. Flashes inspiration, you know how it is. Very well, say your piece.
Objection.
What are you doing, Verity? Mr. Edward has made it clear that he won't give up until every last leak of hope has been extinguished. So extinguish we must. Lest he tries to drag us through this excruciating process again in the future. Gavel, I don't know how to tell you this, but the one who's going through an excruciating process is me. I'm the one who's suffering, okay? I'm the one who's having a bad time, okay? I'm the one who's suffering here. Yeah, what she said. I don't quite get it, but it sounded pretty cool. Don't worry, Dad. I'll help Gavel bring this to the winning finish. We'll show them how wrong they are. Fine. Let's hear what the witness had to say. I'm probably gonna regret this a lot. What with my idiot son, and then a prosecutor, and got his fucking boyfriend isn't here. I heard very terrible things about that guy. Very annoying. You heard the chairman, Miss Hart. If you would be so kind. Well, alright then. Here goes nothing. The facts, Miss Hart, and nothing but the facts, please. Don't you worry your pretty head on that front. I'm a journalist, just my middle name. Color me officially worried. So, the ringleader the killer, right? Which makes the victim one of them action goers? Thing is, that don't add up. I counted 11 people coming down the hatch, see? Then the murder happened, and then the action started back up again. No, I had me look to back downstairs right after that. No. And wouldn't you know it, there were 11 little turkeys all lined up in a row again. How? Are you sure of this, Miss Hart? Sure as you can be, your gavel ship. Show him with my own 2 peepers. So, 11 before the murder and 11 again right after means... Wait, that's a thingy. A contradiction, Eustace. To try to keep up. You idiot. Miss Hart, did nothing really change at all? I don't tell you already. They carry right on again like nothing ever happened. Oh, except for... It wasn't nothing much, but... What is it? The little old mallet do that. Can't have yourself an action without one. Kinda like the one Missy over there's got, but different. The Actioneer's hammer. That's the bunny! I don't hear that thing banging and clanging right the way through. Then nothing, just like that. So the noise of the hammer stopped midway through. Could it have something to do with the murder? That's weird. If what Miss Hart is telling us is true, we have something of a problem. Namely, that if the victim is near the auctioneer, no one of the attendees, your entire theory cannot stand, Mr. Edward.
Chuck one up for justice. Is that Edward?
See, Mr. Edward, there really was nothing we could do. No, there must be something we're overlooking, something we still don't have an explanation for. I just need to think. Pecan case. Alright, kids, do we finally have all our answers now? If so, then I expect you to make good and... What do I keep getting fucking interrupted by everyone? At least it wasn't my idiot son this time. One moment, sir. I worry that it might still be a little early to pass judgment. After all, we have one matter yet to resolve. And until we do, we cannot claim complete and total victory over Mr. Edward. My honest reaction to that. Is that not so, Mr. Edward? Frankly, I expected you to have raised your voice by now. Aloud, hold it, perhaps. Oh, yes, of course. And once again, she has rescued us from the jaws of defeat. Very well. Let's get this over with, shall we? What is this one matter that still remains? Why the contradiction in the coroner's report, sir? That's... I'm back with the witness, Your Honor. What's this all about? What do you call us back down here? Did somebody suddenly fall ill? I have a compressed blood in 2 shakes and ouch! These better be good. Did somebody else drop dead? Well, they might soon wish they had. Dr. Hertz, Miss Needler, thank you for coming on such short notice. Let me assure you this won't take long. Quit trying to butter me up and cut to the chase, will ya? Of course. There's someone you're here to confirm something. What is Judge Gravel up to? Dr. Hertz, this court asks that you provide the unabridged truth regarding the following. Do you stand by your preliminary findings? Can you vouch for the complete and total accuracy? Grandma doesn't make mistakes, ever! That's strange. What do you mean? In the course of this trial, an error was indeed found in her report. And so I ask again for the truth, Dr. Hertz. Did you alter, tamper with, or did anyone falsify your findings? That's awful. How can you even say that? What are you asking me for? Why the heck would I wanna do that? To help the culprit, of course. Ask if I do anything about all that. I just know I didn't do anything of the sort. And that seems awfully strange. What other explanation could there be for the discrepancy in your report? Mr. Edward? I wonder if you might have any thoughts on the matter. It's not like you to be coy, I must say. Why does she keep taking charge and helping me? This is not my boyfriend, I don't trust like that. I still don't know what she's trying to do, but I'll happily take what I can get. If everything was recorded accurately and then handed off to Mr. Winner according to protocol, then the report shouldn't contain any mistakes. Wait! For the record, I didn't do anything to the report! I guess we'll see, won't we? Dr. Hertz, perhaps we could begin with your side of the story? Why do we even need to? This is pointless! I'll be the judge of what's pointless, thank you very much. We have patients waiting back at the hospital. But Grandma, ouch! We really don't have time for this. Won't you please help us? I can't stress how important this is. Grandma says she'll testify. But could you please make it quick? If we're not back soon, people will suffer. And yet you had no qualms about taking your time and buying cotton candy the last time we saw you. We'll let you go as soon as we can, I promise. Me, after 3 hours dealing with them, that promise was a lie. Assuming you tell us the truth, that is. No, well, there's a mistake in Grandma's report. Not never. I've been dealing with the dead longer you've been alive, Sonny Jim. Me writing something wrong is as likely as ouch! And what the hell do you think I stand to gain by doctoring a file? Don't make a lick of sense. And that's all she has to say. Nothing funky here. It's just as I thought. There's no chance a good doctor her findings. That's such a weird sentence. The doctor their findings. But I guess it's a correct sentence. It's just really weird to me. And you swear by the holy goddess that this testimony is true? Of course, Grandma never told a lie in her... Your opinions are not necessary, Nurse Needler. Your grandmother is a subject of this inquiry, not you. Not necessary? That's not fair. I'm the only ally poor Grandma has. I hadn't yet objection left and right, but you're better be prepared than Mr. Ex-Prosecutor. Oh, I'm more than prepared. I'm ready to expose the truth behind the error in the report. I've dealt with old women before. Much more annoying than this one. God, I'm glad Wendy Over has not appeared in this game. Hey, whoa! We're dealing with old people. Ow! I love that animation. Wait, I need to see it again. Ow! I love that.
Hold it!
The victim appears to have put this raincoat on after sustaining the head injury. Fuga 3 is crazy. Look, I saw that today and I was like losing my mind because like, what do you mean Fuga 3 was announced and I didn't know? And it's coming out in like bits, in not that long of a time. Also, I love how it's like the Horrors of War 1, the Horrors of War 2, and then the Horrors of War, again, 3. And yet there was not a single drop of blood in the chest area of the raincoat. Therefore, she must have been hit in the head before she was stabbed in the chest, making it pre-mortem. Oh, that's ouch! I don't need to teach you. I don't need you to teach me how to suck eggs, young man. Airstrike edition. Yeah, airstrike edition. Well, we didn't have any airstrikes before, so you know. And groups, yeah. You gotta admit that they're making it as much Horrors of War as possible. My dang report already says what you just said. Done it.
Objection!
Your report states that the head injury appears to have been sustained post-mortem, which is the exact opposite of what I just said. Oh. Sure. I diligently did that report to Florence here, and she wrote it all down just like I said. If something happened to it after that, it had nothing to do with me. You dictated it? If you could please tell me more. Okay, but like, if you dictated it, yeah, no, if she dictated it, like,
Objection!
that's it. You admitted that you wrote it post-mortem when it's pre-mortem. Dr. Hertz, I'd like you to take a look at the report for yourself. Ouch! Well, Grandma, why are you sweating so much?
This ain't what I said. This ain't what I said at all.
What? What do you mean exactly?
I don't know. But I can't say that.
Miss Needler, if you are attempting to bury Dr. Hart's truth, I would gladly hear her confession myself on behalf of the Goddess of Justice. Dr. Hurt seems to be telling Judge Cavell something in private. What? I see. Very well. Allow me to relate to everyone what you have just told me. There ain't no doubt about what I said. I detected my findings to Florence just like I told you I did. The photo-headed young thing must have wrote it down wrong or something.
Wow, that was a great impression.
Yes, but was it really necessary? So in summary, there is an error in the report. And it was all because of you, Nurse Needler. The true facts have now been shown to be that the head injury occurred prior to the chest wound. The question now, Miss Needler, is why did you introduce such an error? Just a minute, Verity. You make it sound as if the poor girl did it deliberately. Whereas it seems to me she just made a little mistake. Pre-mortem, post-mortem, they're practically the same word, don't you think? No. First of all, pre and post are not words. Well, post is used as a word separately, but pre and post are actually like... What's the word for words that come before a word to change the meaning of the... Well, whatever. It's not just like any word. It's a special kind of word. Excelsius. And second... No, it does not. Yeah, they're opposite, but also pre and post like it's a thing that you put at the beginning, like of a word to slightly to slightly change its meaning, like to indicate a specific thing. And now I don't remember what the word is in English, even though I remember it in Spanish. But like the complete opposite, Excelsius, please. Except they mean two completely opposite things. This was deliberate, no doubt about it. But why would she want to change it?
Exactly, thanks. Ouch! You won't get away that easy. Explain yourself, young lady. Grandma, I...
You submitted a falsified report, an act that led to Kay being accused of murder. You owe us an explanation.
I can't tell you.
No, don't want to, but can't. This is really rather unpleasant, don't you think? Hanging up on this poor considerate girl who's only looking after her grandmother. She has nothing to do with anything. She simply made one tiny mistake, so why not leave it there?
Objection!
Excelsius? You'd like that, wouldn't you? Because the only person her testimony would hurt is you. What on earth do you mean, my boy? My boy? Seeing as you're now a de facto ex-prosecutor, you're going to need to explain yourself better than that. I'd be happy to. I'll even spell it out for you. Nurse Needle's role in this crime was very important because he's a co-conspirator. Nurse Needle doctored the report in order to cover for her accomplice.
Ouch!
So she's like a conspirator, this innocent young thing. To share your grounds for making such a wild accusation, dear boy. The murder could have been committed by one person working on their own. Without at least two people, it wouldn't have been possible to... maintain attending numbers, because that's the thing that we've been... Like, that's the thing that kind of kept us, like, 2 seconds ago before Hertz came in. There were 11 people in the chamber, and then there were no longer, like... There were 11 people in the chamber. Ringer gets killed, and then there's still 11 people in the chamber, which is physically impossible if she was one of the attendees. So there has to be a second person. If the auctioneer was a murderer and the victim was one of the attendees, the fact that a witness testified to there being 11 attendees even after the murder doesn't make sense.
Hey, watch it, y'all gonna call my good word into question now too.
That's not what I meant. In fact, it's quite the opposite. I'm taking you at your word, which means that there must be a co-conspirator. I know it's my boy, but sometimes you just have to accept that you were wrong.
Objection!
I wasn't wrong. I just hadn't considered the possibility of the killer having an accomplice. But as soon as we do, the thing starts to fall into place. If the killer's accomplice returned to the auction room in place of the victim, there would indeed have been 11 attendees both before and after the murder. Well, so that you're thinking is that it's an intriguing theory. But surely the imposter would have been spotted right away. I don't imagine that Nurse Needler looks strikingly different from the victim in build and stature. With the help of a mask, she could very easily have replaced Miss Ringer without anybody noticing. Well, Nurse Needler, is that what happened? Did you take the victim's place at the auction?
I wouldn't do something like that.
Now tell us, the ringleader, who were they?
I can't tell you, I just can't. It hurt Grandma too. Ow! But Grandma!
Don't you worry about me, I can take it. I'm old. I have like half a step on the grave. You just tell me everything, child.
But... Grandma!
That was unnecessary. So I was right. She was an accomplice.
Miss Needler, why?
Well, Miss Needler, can you explain yourself?
Yes. Huh? Oh, thank you, Grandma, but I'm alright now. I confess it, I changed places with Miss Ringer.
So you admit that you were working with the ringleader?
Yeah, I was helping them. I don't know how, but... they found out Miss Ringer was going to attack them.
The culprit was going to be attacked by the victim.
They seemed pretty sure it was going to happen that night, so they made a counterplan. They wanted to strike first, and they wanted me to help them. I was told to go to the storeroom before the auction began and wait there.
Now hold on right there, Missy. I didn't see nothing on my eyes online. If you had been there from before the auction, I would have bumped right into ya. I was there the whole way through and you weren't there for a bit of it.
But I'm not lying.
Oh, that's easy for you to say, but you were lying about altering the report only a few minutes ago.
Objection!
I think we're all aware of the number of potential hiding places in the storeroom. Are we? Where exactly are you trying to say your friend the nurse was hiding? Not near here while she was waiting in the storeroom. Probably the clothes box.
Take that!
We had it for a while. She hid inside this clothes box. She did she?
Well, it was there the whole time, even before I merged it in. But like I don't tell y'all, it had all them chains around it. Wanted to hide in there myself really, but it was locked up tight, so I had to go elsewhere. I imagine that's because Nurse Needler was already lying there by the time you arrived. That's right, we didn't want anyone to open it or it would have really blown our cover. So the ringleader told me to climb in and wait until it was time for my part of the plan. And then they wrapped up the whole box up in chains. I think they took the elevator downstairs not so long after. It was just before the action was due to start. So as the action was beginning, you and Miss Hart would have been the only people in the storeroom. Yeah, I think so. The action proceeds as it always did, until a certain customer came upstairs to complete her purchase. That was when the incident occurred. Miss Hart overheard the victim and the culprit exchanging words around them. You betcha! I was right outside you there, shaking like a dang leaf the whole time.
In the middle of the quarrel, Miss Ringer was killed by the auctioneer. I imagine that the auctioneer then carried Miss Ringer's body over to the clothes box, from which Nurse Needler emerged and swapped places with the victim. After placing Miss Ringer's body inside the box, Nurse Needler's role now was to pretend to be Miss Ringer. The two of them then returned to the room below as if nothing had happened. Does that about sum up what happened in the storeroom, Nurse Needler?
Yes, in fact, that's exactly what happened. Hold up, so you just waltzed right back on in and nobody noticed? This is two completely different people we're talking about. You're telling me that no one of the other folks down there had the action curtain on.
Why would they? The other action goers had no reason to notice the difference when Nurse Needler entered because... well, yeah, she has stolen the victim's clothes. As we've seen, Miss Ringer and Nurse Needler are about the same build. What's more, the auction rules require attendees to wear their mask at all times. If Nurse Needler were wearing the same clothes as Miss Ringer, nobody would have been any the wiser.
No, and they weren't. I borrowed Miss Ringer's clothes and ouch! I left the poor child in her mouth.
Have you no respect, girl?
No, Grandma, I thought the same thing. It wouldn't have been nice to leave her like that. So when the ringleader wasn't looking, I put that raincoat on her.
So that's how Miss Ringer came to be wearing it. Thus the action was able to carry on as before.
Yeah, that part where I caught the raincoat on feet came just after. Yeah, must be. They all make sense. Right after that was when I went on over and looked downstairs through the gap in the elevator. Spied me 11 happy little auction guys, and back I snuck to my little hidey hole.
Don't tell me you were hiding back there the entire time after that.
Well, that is not exactly.
What is it? Did something happen?
So maybe I would have mentioned this before, but I fell asleep for a few weeks after that. Well, passed out. Unconscious, you must say.
What? What happened?
Nothing much. Kinda silly, really, but there was this sudden loudness and it startled me just a little bit, you know? Alright, maybe more than a little. But I just witnessed a murder. Can't blame a girl for getting jumpy. Guess I got my heart shook and my head faint. Before I knew it, I was out like a light. By the time I came to, it was the next damn day, and there you all were clanking down the ladder.
I see, so you were startled by a noise that fell unconscious. I suppose that means you don't know what happened after that.
Not per se, but, well... After the auction was over, all the masks were back on the rack. So I reckon the guests done finish up and fill out one by one like they was supposed to.
Nurse Needler, once the auction had restarted, what exactly were you doing?
I was pretending to be Miss Ringer and placing bets, just as the ringleader wanted. I had to win the clothes box as I'd been instructed. It had a dead body inside after all. Imagine if somebody else had won it, we would have been in real trouble then.
So you had no idea that the victim had vacated the box in the meantime?
No, not until we came back up so I could pay for it. That was when we noticed. The ringleader told me to look for her right away. Except I found some other girl collapsed at the foot of the ladder instead.
Okay.
Yes, she must have fallen from up on the roof and been knocked unconscious.
Yeah, the victim must have left the hatch wide open, huh? That would explain it. Kay would have been so shocked by seeing Miss Ringer fall motionless right in front of her that she wouldn't have seen the open hatch and fallen right through it. That explains the noise that caused you to faint as well as Miss Hart. It was the sound of Kay crashing and landing onto the storeroom floor.
Yeah, I suppose. Can't believe something like that knocked me out for so long though.
So in summary, by the time Miss Needler found Kay, you were already sound asleep behind the statue. I think we got a good grasp of what occurred up to this point now. Nurse Needler, if you would continue.
Sure, so I found Kay, and next I found Miss Ringer, and I put them both in the clothes box. We couldn't risk any of the action goers seeing them. That would have caused a real hullabaloo.
What was that your idea, or the ringleaders?
theirs. But putting the raincoat on Miss Ringer was my own idea. So I tried to get rid of it before they found out what I'd done. I imagine they were none too pleased when it showed up as a surprise piece of evidence in this case. And lastly, the ringleader I put her in an auctioneer's outfit we'd prepared. Of course. Which completed the deception and made everyone think she was the auctioneer. I guess that explains the, like... the fact that the suit she's wearing is, like the jacket, the buttons on the are on the side for a man and not for a woman. So, you know, that was one of the first things that was pointed out when we began the case. All in all, the action finished up without anybody noticing anything, and that was that. Now that we know the extent of your crimes, Nurse Needler, if you have anything further to share, I'd advise you to do so immediately. I wish I could tell you more, but I'm sorry, that's all I know. Oh, except for one other thing. It did seem a little strange, I guess. When I was wearing Miss Ringer's clothes, I took everything I could, but I couldn't take her hair, obviously, so ouch! Yeah, damn right you couldn't take her hair. What kind of medical professional are ya? That's where you draw the line? So taking her clothes was okay? Her hair was totally different, the style, the length, everything. I kinda panicked. But the ringleader thought of everything, including wigs. 2 of them, in fact. It was a straight one and a wavy one. They were both stashed in the clothes box. 2 weeks? But why? Right, I wonder that too. I thought maybe they were worried she might have changed up her style. Anyway, I took the straight one. That was the one that matched her hair on the day. Leaving a wavy wig in the box. And that's everything you know? There's nothing else you're forgetting? No? Huh. No, really, Grandma, that's everything. And I take it that you really have no idea who the ringleader might be. Sorry, I only know that they were in charge of the auction. I didn't see them without their mask on. And they were pretty careful to keep their identity a secret from everyone. If I can't get something concrete on them... Well, Miles, are we about done? You've proven the nurse was part of the murder plot. But sadly for you, it doesn't change a whole lot. Because it does nothing to prove that Kay Faraday isn't the ringleader. Her testimony completely exonerates Kay, because then how could she have been in the action house and also falling through a hatchet in the floor? A hatch on the floor and ending unconscious. Excelsius, this woman cannot be in 2 places at the same time. And justice must prevail. We can't change the law, even for your sake. Is this it? Am I going to be able to save Kay?
Objection!
Francisca, you're back! Francisca! Thank God you're here, but also what are you doing here? And also, are you going to whip Winner again? Please tell me you're gonna whip that annoying child again. I miss when you did that last time. As I told you before, Miles Edward, where the case leads, I follow. Your dedication is an inspiration to us all. But don't go getting the wrong idea, little brother. I'm only here to deliver the truth regarding the suspect. I'm certainly not here to forgive you for abandoning the way of the prosecutor. I understand that. You should thank your former subordinate for what I'm about to share. In his desperation to help Kay Faraday, he gave me a valuable piece of information. Detective Gumshoe did that? Prepare yourself, Miles Edward, for the final piece of the puzzle. Rosie Ringer's head wound was the first of the injuries she suffered, not the second. Francisca, I hate to break this to you, but we already,
Well, someone say something! Yes, there's no easy way to say this, Francisca, but we already proved that ourselves like an hour ago. You what? Yes, just a minute. Ow! Well, why didn't you say so sooner? You didn't exactly give us a chance! And I suppose you know about the murder weapon too? No, not yet. Ah, good. Then listen up. The victim was struck on the head with a blunt object bearing a circular surface. And the wounds to the chest were actually inflicted post-mortem. Circular surface.
Objection.
And you're certain of that, I assume. Your sources are aboard. Two trusted medical professionals reached the same conclusion independently. You couldn't ask for more.
Objection.
That's certainly good to know. Unfortunately, you're of a step... Of what? I am the prosecutor in charge of Interpol's investigation into the underground action. And this murder occurred during that action. It would be negligent of me not to pursue leads pertaining to related parties. Especially the victim. My, you've really become quite the force to be reckoned with, haven't you, my dear? Are you angry because I mentioned when you were a child and you wanted to sit on my lap? Is that why you're acting like that? I guess it was a little awkward considering your age. Then all parties are in agreement. The victim died from a blow to the head. Well. Sadly, the murder weapon itself has yet to be identified. Based on the shape, I might have an idea or two. But guy, I didn't turn up any other weapon during my investigation! And yet one need only think about the setting and an auctioneer's tools, and the answer should be obvious. An object with a circular surface using an action, we're obviously talking about the auctioneer's hammer. What would an auctioneer have readily at hand? I love that Judge Cabell's hammer is an option. An auctioneer's hammer, of course. But we never found one of those! If the auctioneer was indeed the killer, it does seem a likely candidate for the murder weapon. But without the evidence to support your theory, it remains nothing more than that. Oh, I have just the evidence you need right here. This piece of evidence strongly suggests that the auctioneer hammer was the murder weapon. Wait, let me think about it. Detected on the secret elevator floor. Wait, what did Miss Hart said? What did Lotta say? Yeah. Auction continued after everyone ring, but the sound of the auctioneer hammer could no longer be heard. Okay, it's probably that, because I had to either hide the murder weapon or the murder weapon broke on impact, depending on the material.
Take that!
Miss Hart told us something very important about the auction after the murder occurred. She said that the very prominent sound of the auctioneer hammer could no longer be heard. Now, what would that be? I'll tell you why. Because it had just been used in a murder and was covered in the victim's blood. It would need to be disposed of. Isn't that right, Chairman Winner? I'll have our people look into this right away. You really are like a dog with a bone, aren't you, dear boy? But if you can't dedicate yourself to a cause when you're young, when can you, huh? He seems very confident we'll never find it. Very well. A search for the murder weapon will be conducted. In the meantime, this court is in recess. Well, shit. April 6. Committee for Prosecutor Excellence Chamber. We've been here for like the last 3 scenes. Silence in the courtroom, please. Miss Von Karma, if you would be so kind as to update us on the progress of the search. It's not good news, I'm afraid. The entire big building has been searched from top to bottom, and no actioneer assignment was found anywhere. That is bad news indeed. Then we have no choice but to move ahead with the verdict. Such a terrible shame. Suppose only a fool would have left the murder weapon behind. It's certainly not what I'd expect from a first-rate criminal mind. No, it's just not enough to work with here. I can't carry us any further on my own. Yes, it really is a tragedy, but such is life, I suppose. I was just thinking back over the defendants I've made plea deals with over the years. People who put their heart out to me, who trusted me with every detail of their crimes. And then, when it came to the sentences, I recommended life in prison every time. For every single one. Oh, if only you could see the stupid, dumbfounded looks on their faces. Oh god, he's evil. He's such a piece of shit. Like, a fun piece of shit. He's a piece of shit, but like this is fun in how much of a piece of shit he is. The verdict will now be passed. All present will accept the goddess's word as law. Yes, nothing more I can do. Kay and I are both... If only we had some proof. I never imagined I would be passing judgment on you under such circumstances. The end of the road, huh? I guess I'm gonna have to become a defense attorney and work with my boyfriend. What? Wait, what? I didn't get to finish that! I didn't even read that because I was doing a boyfriend joke, what? The power vested in me, the Excelsius, we need to discover everything seal for your crime. What? Woman? What? Yeah, my honest reaction to that. What an into you, Verity. I submit for the court's consideration the case file of a certain incident, namely the IS-7 incident, a murder that took place 18 years ago. But what does that file have to do with... Wait, you mean... Your late night visit to this chamber, that was to... Precisely, I came here to retrieve these documents. Though sadly it would seem that I arrived too early to catch the auction itself. When we spoke of the matter before, I implied that I had come to retrieve files pertaining to your own case. You'll have to forgive me. That was a ruse to buy myself more time. Wait, but what does the IS-7 incident have to do with this?
What the heck are you doing, Gabriel? You can't just accuse my dad. Without proper grounds, it's defamation.
I think you mean defamation. An excellent observation, Eustace.
Oh, it is?
And of course I have the grounds to make such an accusation. 18 years ago, Mr. Manfred von Karma had some details about the victim's body fabricated. Details he was forced to fabricate when the sculptor Artifrost's body went missing. My papa, fabricating information. What is the meaning of this? Franziska, I hate to break this to you, but your dad killed a man. Why is this the thing that freaks you out? He was known to fake evidence and he killed a man! I need to slap this child on the face. No offense, Franziska, but like, come on, girl. I know you love your dad, but still, he killed a person. Ian Sideman, the detective originally assigned to the case, did in fact report that the body had gone missing. However, it seems that a certain someone wasn't very pleased with Mr. Von Karma, and deliberately withheld that information in order to bring him down a few pegs. What? This individual refuses to allow anyone to go against their wishes or to challenge the power, and they're known to go to extreme lengths in order to bring those who defy them to heel. 18 years ago, they were no different. In fact, they even ordered Dr. Hertz to create a fake autopsy report for the IS-7 incident. What? She was responsible for the fake report? Wait, you have to understand, Grandma, she's not a bad person. She had to do what he said. She didn't have any choice. The person in question was the chief prosecutor at the time. The chief prosecutor 18 years ago? No. The man who gave Papa the first penalty of his career. Excelsius winner, it was you.
Objection!
What are you all talking about? My dad would never do something like that.
I'm sorry, Eustace, but your opinion on the matter is not neither here. Your dad is a piece of shit. Well, Chairman Wiener, do you have anything to say for yourself?
Oh, that nonsense with the body. That was Manfred's doing. Such a willful boy. And the fake autopsy report. How the heck could you? I can't believe you naughty kids would do such dishonest things behind my back.
We could just ask her why she did it. She is standing right over there after all.
Wait, Grandma, can she... Ouch! Grandma, I'm sorry. I knew. That's what I... Right, exactly. If I didn't, everybody would have found out about what you did. They said he was going to charge you if I didn't help them with their plan. They said he would... I just had to do what the actionnaire said.
Excelsior, your flame is a little too high. Calm down, sweetie. So you were coerced into it, were you, Nurse Needler? And just to be clear, the auctioneer was Chairman Wiener.
I'm sorry, but I honestly don't know. The person forcing me to help them was the auctioneer. And they definitely look to be about the same build as the chairman. But I never saw their face.
I hope he ends up burning his beard. So do I, because it would be very funny. Well, there must be something, any detail, no matter how small, will do.
Oh, wait! Their mask didn't cover their whole face. And the part that wasn't covered had a tattoo on it. I remember that much for sure.
A tattoo? A tattoo?
Objection!
It all sounds very dramatic, but I don't know what you're talking about. There's no tattoo anywhere on my face. I think I know if there was one, wouldn't you?
I don't know, Excelsius. How about you shave your beard or burn it, and then we can see the tattoo?
Which means I can be the ringleader no matter how much you might want me to be. I only hope you can figure out who this shameless manipulator might be. Do I sound like Santa Claus when I laugh like that? I hope not. That old man is a piece of shit.
Overruled!
Giving gifts to children.
Your contempt for this courtroom is an insult to the goddess.
Are you sure it's not you who's feeling insulted here?
I am not the only one who has been trying to bring you to justice. Miss Ringer has been trying to too. And I refuse to let her sacrifice be in vain.
Young Rosie was looking to take me down, you say? But why? I barely knew her. I've always had a certain magnetic charm, but I don't remember ever catching that particular eye. God, I miss my wife. I was very vague about why she's no longer with us, but I'm pretty sure this was a divorce situation. Or I killed her so she didn't divorce me, which I think is funnier.
You barely knew the victim. Why, I do believe that is a new statement. The goddess demands that you offer your full testimony on the record.
So that's how it's going to go. You mean to hunt me until I finally break... Well, if that's the way you want to play it, fine. I'll destroy you all. Every last one of you. Just like I did with my ex-wife.
Dad, what did you do to Mom?
You don't want to know, child. Now go be an idiot somewhere else. You're annoying me.
Mr. Edward, please allow me to work with you on this one.
You're not my boyfriend, but sure.
I doubt we'll get another chance to put him on the stand. So let's make the most of this opportunity.
Of course, Your Honor.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
I'm not forgiving you for how annoying you've been to me, for all of the other cases, just saying. I'm not forgiving you for that one.
Now, Chairman Winner, you will tell this court everything you know about Miss Ringer.
Young Rusty was a member of the committee, of course. But we never really had any personal interactions. At least not that I remember. I had no motive to murder that poor girl whatsoever. And I have absolutely no idea why she was after me. That's not the face of a man who actually does believe that he doesn't know why this person was after him. Like, with the fire and everything. Like, come on, dude. So you don't mean to accept your part in any of this, like, at all?
Of course he doesn't. He's the guilty. Although I still want to know what happened to Mom.
You shut up, boy.
How could he be? He's my dad, the winner of winners.
That's very kind of you, Eustace. But you'll need more than mere words if you plan to cover for me. And you're not very good at anything. If I get you to spy someone, you're just gonna stand by their door, like an idiot.
Right, you got it. I won't let them pin this on you. I believe in you, Dad. You'll be that well. I know you will.
Yes, you really are such a sweet, simple child. You nincompoop.
He read it off his dad, huh? Well, that's no excuse for him to ignore his father's crimes.
That's coming from Franziska von Karma, a woman who has yet to accept that her father killed someone.
No matter how much she respects him.
Franziska, are we going to talk about the fact that your dad killed someone or not? Please.
Regardless of their station in life, all criminals would be made to atone for their sins in time. This won't be easy on Mr. Winner. But it has to be done. We can't let his father get away with this.
Okay. Yeah. You work in the committee and you never interacted. Come on, dude. That sounds fake. Source do just trust me moment.
So you're saying you barely knew the victim at all?
That's exactly what I'm saying, but boy, yes. Why, I never even knew about that burn mark on her hand.
You didn't.
I mean, what's the point? You get to know someone, but before you know it, they're gone. It's become such a pain to remember things about others. They're here one day and gone the next, usually because I got them killed.
Yes, because they dare to stand up to you and you make them disappear. If you could please add your remark about the victim's burn to your testimony, Chairman Winner.
I didn't even know about the burn mark on her hand.
Okay, but like... this is kind of important.
Like, here's the deal. I think I can present the plushie and it'll work.
Because, like, he has to have known she had that mark. They worked together for a while, so...
Objection! Wait, really?
Then maybe I have to press him first. Shut up, you guys. I made a mistake. Shut up. These two are the worst. Yeah, they are, and I hate them. Hey, don't worry about it. Okay, let's try pressing it first.
Hold it!
You sure you didn't know about the burn mark?
You really don't let up, do you, boy? I'm not in the habit of memorizing who has a scar on their hand and who doesn't. But this wasn't just any old scar. I'd say it's pretty noticeable, in fact. Perhaps in the normal circumstances, but now that I think about it, Miss Ringer did always wear gloves. Truth be told, I wasn't aware of the burn mark until after the incident myself. The victim's hands were always covered by a pair of gloves. It makes sense, of course. People can be very subconscious about such things. I can only sympathize, being something of a sensitive soul myself. Huh. I hope you're not too sensitive to append that statement to your testimony. Although I suppose she was always wearing gloves, perhaps it was to hide that burn. Okay, I think that now I can present the plushie.
Objection!
Yes. Yes, I can. I got him. Got him! So Miss Ringer always wore gloves. If she did, that raises a very important question and highlights quite a contradiction. A contradiction, you say? Really? If we listen again to the conversation that was captured by the stuffed cow, you'll soon see what I mean. And I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. I don't care that that he's wearing a voice mod in this one. I'm going to make the voice. Nothing to say for yourself. I waited so long for this day, and now I'll finally have my revenge. Ah! We can be reasonably certain that what we just heard is the moment the victim was attacked. I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. We assumed that those were the words of the killer. And where is the problem in that? It seems like a perfectly reasonable, perfectly sensible assumption to me. I'm afraid not, Chairman Winner. For you see, if the victim was always wearing gloves as you just testified, then the burn mark on her hand should not have been visible to her killer.
Objection!
Yes, because if gloves can easily be removed, she could have taken them off during the auction.
That's... But she hadn't. She was still wearing them when I changed places with her. So they must have been on her hands when she was being murdered too.
What are you saying, my dear? You don't know how much trouble you're in, don't you?
I'm not scared of you anymore. I have Grandma on my side now.
Now it's time for you to pay the piper, Winner, you dang devil.
I see. So you're both looking to disappear too.
Oh, goddammit, let your beer burn, you piece of shit.
He was right about to. That can be arranged.
Not this time, Excelsius Winner. The only person disappearing will be you.
Objection!
Hey, you can't talk to my dad like that. Who cares if the burn was covered up? What does that even matter?
Objection!
Oh, it matters. Because it turns out our understanding of the burn mark on its head.
What do you mean?
What can the fact that the victim the burn mark was covered up possibly tell us? I mean, the victim clearly had a burn mark, we saw it. And, well, the burn mark is there, so it's not like they can be. But that must mean, by process of elimination, that the murderer had to have a burn mark too. Think about it like this, Mr. Winner. The victim was wearing gloves, therefore the burn mark on her hand would not have been visible. In which case, whose burn mark was it that was being referenced in the recording?
Somebody who wasn't the victim?
Precisely, which can only mean that the culprit had a prominent burn mark too. Or to put it another way, I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. Those words were spoken not by the murderer, but by the victim.
No way!
Objection!
Eustace, my boy, would you mind stepping aside for a sec? Look, Miles, it's nice to see you having fun with your little flights of fancy. But let's get serious. So the murderer had a burn mark now. Really? Where? Your little theory will either take flight or die depending on your answer here, I'm afraid.
There's no messing around. I have to figure out where the burn mark was and fast. I wonder what it could have been. All of the action people were wearing disguises, right? Yes, and each disguise was different. Yet in spite of that, the burn mark was visible to the victim somehow, which means...
Well, shall we? Enlighten us, why don't you? Where was the murderer's burn mark? I assume you have some evidence.
Here's the deal. I don't know which evidence it is, but if we go by what Nurse Midler said, that he had a tattoo on his face, like, that means that the tattoo she's talking about is not actually a tattoo. It's a burn mark. Either that, or it's a tattoo that was put on that area to cover the burn mark. It could be either. I'm just wondering... I guess the ringleader's appearance it is the one that mentions the tattoo on the part of their face the mask didn't cover, which, if what she saw was actually the burn mark, that makes sense. Or again, alternatively, it was a tattoo that was put there to cover the burn mark, which is not an uncommon thing, to tattoo an area with like scars to cover them, to make them less noticeable.
Take that!
Here is my evidence. The outfit the ringleader was wearing throughout the action. Or rather, the outfit you were wearing, Chairman Winner.
And what exactly is that supposed to tell us?
Objection!
A suit, wet gloves, and a mask. This guy should have covered almost all of your skin. But according to Nurse Needle's testimony, the auctioneer's mask didn't quite cover your entire face. And not only that, she claims to have seen a tattoo on the part that was exposed. But was it a tattoo, or did she simply mistake a burn mark for one? A burn mark on the face.
Objection!
Sorry to interrupt while you're so clearly enjoying yourself, dear boy. But I regret to inform you that none of the committee members has such a burn. Myself included, of course.
But Dad, I mean...
Eustace, do you think you can be quiet, please? You can be foolish. You can be foolish on your own time later.
Well, you may have an annoyance most of the time, Mr. Winner. But on this particular occasion, I'm grateful for your presence. A reaction like that from you, his son, is as good an indicator of the truth as I could have hoped for. And it gives me a much-needed confidence boost concerning another theory of mine. Namely, who that one unexplained item belongs to. What's the matter with Mr. Winner? I think he might be in shock. After all, he's usually the last to figure things out. But in this case, he seems to have gotten there all too quickly. He knows that his father is indeed the real murderer. He's sad because he knows the truth. So, it's better not to know the truth at all. Okay, it's what we came here for. It doesn't matter how we get there. The important thing is finding the truth. You yourself told me that once, right where I needed to hear the most. And now it's time for me to repay the favor and show you the truth of your innocence. I want to know, too, the truth of what really happened. So please, Mr. Edward, won't you show me? I very much intend to.
You don't know when to give up, do you, dear boy? Where is this burn then? Perhaps you could point it out to me. But you can't, can you? Because it's nowhere to be found. Just like this sentence is not written correctly, I feel. Just like the evidence that I'm the killer.
Yeah, hunt for contradictions like you won't find any. Because he's my dad, a winner through and through.
Objection!
I understand, Mr. Winner. I completely understand what you don't want to believe is true. But if you ignore the truth now, you'll regret it for as long as you live.
Dad, what do I do?
I just don't understand it. How could I have raised such an utter buffoon? If you really wish to help your father, Eustace, you can try thinking of your own for once in your life, you useless nitwit.
But I tried at the time, Dad. All I do is try. I went to the school you wanted me to go. I aced every test. Look at my jacket. They only give this to the valedictorian. I did everything you told me to. I worked like crazy and graduated at the top of my class. I tried to be just like you and win as many trophies as I could.
Objection!
You really are just a simpering simpleton, aren't you? I wish I had not killed your mother so we could have tried to have a better child. One that isn't so stupid! Those tests you aced, I had the school give you perfect scores on all of them. Those debates and speech competitions you won, the judges were all friends of mine. If you never even realized that much, there's no hope for you, I'm afraid. None at all. You're no son of mine, even you must see that.
Mom cheated on you?
That's what I had your mother killed.
Ah. Ah.
Oh, gone. My own son. They'll live in the end. And usually because I have them killed. I mean, I'm actually crying. Even when he was trying, he was failing. And he did it all for me. Then he should have tried harder.
You're a disgrace! You don't deserve to be a father, and you certainly don't deserve to be chairman of this committee. Even I feel sorry for the boy now.
Poor Mr. Wiener.
Explain yourself, Chairman Winner. Just what do you think your son is to... Just what do you think your son is to treat him in such a way?
An utterly useless pawn sounds about right. But you're one to talk, Verity. You tried to worm your way into my trust by using Eustace too.
I cannot deny it. However, I have never thought of him as a mere pawn. And at least I haven't insulted his intelligence like you have. He may not be a naturally gifted prosecutor, but he tries. In some ways, he tries harder than anybody. That's what I have witnessed during my time with him. Yet you would call him useless. How could you?
Objection!
Because he is Verity, my girl. He is utterly incapable of doing anything I ask of him.
Mr. Edward, I entrust my offering to the goddess to you, so that you may use it to call her final judgment onto Excelsius Winner. Thank you, Your Honor. I've been more than ready to do so. If the ringleader had a visible burn mark on their face that night, then it would follow that Chairman Winner is currently hiding that mark somehow. How exactly was he dressed during the auction? That will be the key to solving this case at last. Now then, your answer, please. Which piece of evidence will help us to reveal the burn mark on the culprit's face? That would be... yeah, the wigs. One wig was straight and the other was wavy. But the victim did not have wavy hair, so why was a wavy wig there? Because it's not her hair. Excelsius wears a beard that is fake. Like that wig was his beard.
Take that!
which explains also why he's not afraid to burn it. Recall Nurse Needler's testimony, if you will. There was one thing we never quite resolved. The second wig, the one that wasn't used. I seem to remember it being... wavy. What are you two talking about? Nurse Needle apparently found some very interesting items when she went to swap places with the victim. And what do they have to do with the burn mark? What she found were 2 wigs. One was intended to make her look more like the victim. But what was the other one for? I don't suppose it was meant to be a spare. It doesn't take a huge leap of imagination to see the truth. Compare Chairman Winner's current appearance to that of the ringleader as it was described to us. Stop it. Stop staring at me. It makes me very nervous. One very prominent difference presents itself. His face, or rather, what's around it. You mean... it wasn't a wig after all? Indeed, not a wig intended to go on the top of the head, in any case. It was a fake beard all along, wasn't it, Excelsius Winner? This is all my own, dear boy. Don't worry about the fact that it looks fake, that shit. Very unkind of you to suggest otherwise. It took me years to get a beard this long. You know how long it takes to grow this shit. It takes a long time.
Objection!
We saw how your son reacted when he realized the truth, and how he desperately tried to cover for you, even in light of his realization. Yet you still feel that he might expose you, so rather than take that risk, you bullied him until he couldn't take it anymore. Because he knew that your beard hides a prominent burn mark. Chairman Winner, I insist that you remove your beard this instant. Your burn mark is in the shape of a skull. Can this guy be more evil looking? There it is, the burn mark. Mr. Edward, for bringing evil to justice before the eyes of the goddess, you have my thanks. No, thank you. I couldn't have done it without you. Excelsius Winner, in the name of the goddess, I hereby pronounce my verdict. In the matter of the murder of Miss Rosie Ringer, this court finds you guilty. I wanted them to show him being bold a little bit more. What a shame. April 6, 9:44 a.m. Committee for Prosecutor Excellence, Chamber. Mr. Edward, I can't thank you enough. You never gave up on me, even when I gave up on myself. That was very kind of you. There's no need to thank me. As a prosecutor... no, as a friend, it was the least I could do. Mr. Edward, rejoice. I've learned that Chairman Winner has been safely delivered to the detention center. The search for the missing auction hammer continues. However, we are talking about Chairman Winner here, so it's highly likely that it has already been destroyed. In addition, there is one other matter I must inform you of. The chairman made a rather strange statement. According to him, the letters were not part of his plan. What? How could that be? He claims that he and Miss Needler found this letter on Miss Ringer's person. And that they then found a second letter of Kay's unconscious body. From their contents, the letters seem to be ones of correspondence. So he leapt to the conclusion that they must have been working with each other. That's quite a conclusion to jump to. As he read the letters, that's when he came up with the idea to frame Miss Faraday for Miss Ringer's murder. So he decided to place the victims in a very conspicuous place. Namely, in her left chest pocket. Sounds to me like he's just trying to make excuses for himself. Yes, I certainly thought the same, Perhaps it was some sort of last-ditch ploy on his part. But it matters not. He will answer to the goddess now. And under her scrutiny, such strategies cannot hope to succeed. He will not escape justice. Gavel, you're saying that. But there's a last case left? There's another case in this game, Gavel, and I don't trust like that. And with that, one of the duties with which I have been entrusted with is complete at last. Judge Gavel, before you go, can you tell us what you know about how Chairman Winner came to murder Miss Ringer? There's more there. There's more there, isn't there? Yes, and I suppose you have earned the right to the whole truth. Miss Ringer once had a lover, a press photographer. He was investigating the underground action as a freelance journalist. But before he could uncover the truth behind the action, he was disappeared. All Miss Ringer was left with were the memories and personal effects of her lover. And so, seeking revenge from Chairman Winner, she made her appearance at the auction. Unfortunately for her, her opponent struck first. I see. So that's the story behind this case. While the goddess does not condone acts of wanton vengeance, Miss Ringer's actions have exposed Chairman Winner's crimes at last. So that was your real goal. You were tasked with exposing Excelsius Winner and the corruption at the heart of the committee. Does anyone know what happened to Mr. Winner? I am afraid I haven't been able to get in touch with him. Do you have any idea why? Probably because I wasn't there for him just now when he needed me most. Oh, I really feel bad for him. Well, I don't pity him too much. At least he knows the truth now. And no matter how hard it might be, he'll need to learn to accept it. If he can't, he'll never be able to move on with his life. Trust me. Francisca, you say that, but we haven't talked about the fact that your dad killed a man. My father's influence isn't easily erased. But in time, he can hopefully try and change his ways. You're right. You got to be. You know, I just noticed that this is the dead dad club. Like, Edward has a dead dad, Kay has a dead dad, Francisca's dad definitely got the death penalty, so like, my friend Von Karma must be super fucking dead. So like, this is the dead dad society at this point. Can I change too, I wonder? Can I move on with my life? Are you okay, Kay? How's that head feeling? I'm fine. Thank you? I'm so sorry, Kay. You were my patient. I had a responsibility to you, and instead I let them accuse you of— Ouch! Dang right, we ain't just in the business of fixing bodies, Missy. The mind's where it all begins. You're right, Grandma. Speaking of which, how's your memory? It's like, with a little more time, maybe I'll be able to remember some more. Please forgive me, but I had better be on my way. I am to preside over the trial of Fifi Lagarde in a bit. The Bronco Knight case, huh? Who's the defense attorney? It was supposed to be Miss Ringer, but as she's no longer with us, we are still in the process of finding her replacement. Miss Ringer was scheduled to represent Warden Lagarde? Wait, why? And of course, until we find Eustace, there's nobody to act for the prosecution either. In any case, I must take my leave. Wait, please, what about Mr. Edwards' patch? What's going to happen to it now? With its chairman under arrest, the committee's activities have been suspended for the time being. So to answer your question, it's complicated. It's all up to the goddess now. But... Don't worry about it, Kay. It's a consequence of my own making. And I assume you do not mean to change your mind. Of course not. I chose the path of the truth, and I chose it willingly. With Chairman Winner out of the picture, justice is in the hands of the righteous once more. If you did wish to follow the path of the prosecutor again, Mr. Edward, I would be more than happy to facilitate such a decision. It's very kind of you to offer, but I can't accept your help at this time. I can't ask for my badge back when I'm not even sure if I want it anymore. I see. It seems we are destined to continue on different paths then. Well, I trust you'll keep my badge safe until they converge again. With all I have. In the meantime, I hear a token of the goddess's mercy. You may return this notebook to his rightful owner. Case promise notebook. It seems he wants it to be sold in the auction, and with the name K written on its cover. Man, that's shitty. Selling a child's like precious like childhood memory in an auction for like evidence of all criminal cases like that. There's like a couple of levels of fucked up there. Chairman Winner made the connection immediately and knew who it belonged to. It was the same name as the one in the letters, after all. The letters he claimed to know nothing about. I suppose he insisted he didn't prepare them. Yes, he also has something else to say. Apparently, he thought that Miss Faraday was after her notebook, and that Miss Ringer was after his life. And that their respective goals are what led them to cooperate and infiltrate the action together. Unfortunately for him, he misread the situation completely. It was all just happenstance. If Kay had known a defense attorney who was also a member of the committee, there's no way she wouldn't have told me. That just isn't like her. Your belief in her is touching. While the notebook did become part of Chairman Winner's cover-up scheme, it is also a treasured possession of Miss Faraday's, which is why I would like for her to have it back, as I am sure would the goddess.
Thank you.
I pray that it helps her to recover her lost memories.
Well, bye, you.
Is everything alright? Judge Gabel wanted me to return something important to you.
We CG?
Isn't that... Always with people with a smile, even people you don't know. Never crying in front of strangers.
Aww.
Daddy, I wrote them all down, Daddy. Yeah, I'm gonna keep all my promises and be a real hero when I grow up, just like you. Oh, wait. I forgot to grab one down. The most important promise of all. Promise number 5. Always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. I remember it just how you said it, and now I'll never forget it. Always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. That's right, I have to
Girlie, please calm down. Like, that's a little too romantic.
I'm Kay Faraday, the great thief who'll do anything to get her hands on the truth. Second Lieutenant assistant to Mr. Edward.
Hey, is that really you? Well, thank God, but also you could have chill a little bit.
Can't say I'm not a little bit embarrassed, but yeah, I'm back, and I couldn't have done it without you, Mr. Edward. You never stopped helping me, even when I was totally lost and couldn't remember anything.
Thank goodness, you certainly seem to be back.
Okay, so this is the real you, huh? Welcome back. It's so good to know you're better. I can sleep easy now. Now that you're fine, don't you dare go losing that memory of yours again, young lady, you hear? Miss Needler, Dr. Hertz, thanks a lot for looking after me. And if you really are better, how about you get out of the dang hospital, that's... Oh yeah, I wash all your clothes for you here. I thought they were with Detective Gumshoe.
He handed them over to us after they came back from forensics.
And did he happen to mention if forensics found anything of note?
I didn't ask. Anyway, never mind that now. Put them on, Kay. I want to see.
Wait, what about her bandages? Surely it's too soon to remove them.
Oh, it's probably fine. She may have taken a big old bump to the head, but she wasn't really hurt otherwise.
But then, why all the bandages in the first place?
Prevention is better than cure, as Stitch in Time says 9. Those are just a few of my mottos.
Which sound like painfully annoying practices for your patients.
Okay, transformation time. Yeah, now this is what I'm talking about. Fits like a stolen glove.
That smile suits you better too.
As it always did. Thanks to you too, Miss Von Karma. I'm so glad you showed up when you did.
I simply came when Scruffy asked me to. And I did enjoy whipping that winner kid.
I'm sure he'll be very happy to see that you're back to your old self too. Speaking of Gummy, where is he?
Who knows? Perhaps the well of his devotion ran dry when a certain someone threw away his badge. Detective Gumshoe. Anyway, I have to be going, and I'll be taking those two with me.
Wait, what's going to happen to them?
Acting as accomplice in a murder and forging an autopsy report 18 years ago, their crimes can be allowed to go unpunished. Well, the fact that excessive winning coerces them into cooperating will, of course, be taken into account.
Don't you worry about us, Kay. As long as Grandma and me are together, we'll be alright.
Take care, Kay Faraday, until we meet again. Well, that happened. So, okay. I know you only just got your memory back, but I need to ask you some questions.
Sure, ask away.
What happened the day you lost your memory? What were you doing?
Let's see, somebody asked me to meet them at Gold Lake. But I didn't know who it was. So there I was, just looking up at the moon when somebody in a red raincoat started walking towards me. They must have drowned me somehow, because that's when I fell unconscious.
What? I'm not sure I follow. He was at Gold Lake looking up at the moon?
Anyway, when I came to, I was on the roof of this building. I was in a daze and stumbling around up standing around up there when I saw the person in the red raincoat again, but they were lying on the ground. I was so surprised I stumbled backward. And then I was falling and everything went dark. When I came to the second time, I couldn't remember anything. The person in the red raincoat, who in the world were they? I'm sure they were walking in midair. Thinking about it's making my head hurt.
Just breathe, Kay. You only just got your memory back. You're still confused. I imagine the root cause of your confusion is... I mean... the fall on the hatch is understandable, I would say. I'm guessing it's like locations? Yeah, it has to be the locations. I imagine things are all mixed up in your mind because you were at Gold Lake 1 minute and then at the top of the big building the next. And because you saw the moon in both locations, your mind blended your memories of the two together.
Huh? But those are two totally different places. I know I was pretty out of it, but I don't think I could have gotten them confused that easily.
Girl, you were pretty goddamn out of it. Like, that's the point. I believe these things on the roof may have made you more likely to become confused. Well, if we go by the image that we saw, there was... like, she was standing close to a tree, and she was looking at a concession stand. Grab the tree.
Take that!
There are two key similarities between the scene down by Gold Lake and here at the top of the big building. Cherry blossom and food stands.
Wait, you're right.
Those similarities are what cause your memories of both places to overlap. The person in the red raincoat wasn't walking in midair, they were walking towards you from across the park. But in your blurry memories, that same sight played out over the viewing platform instead.
No way. Who steals a great thief's memories, huh? That's just cheating.
Even still, this doesn't answer the question of who attacked Kay in the park. Was it the person in the red raincoat she saw? You hear that?
It sounds like it's coming from up in the storeroom. Come on, let's go take a look. Where are we? I smell another scoop in the oven. You're still here? God damn it.
April 6, 9:53 a.m. 51st floor, storeroom.
It's coming from this little gadget here, Mr. Edward.
This transceiver. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Oh god. Is it Shelly? Is it Shelly the killer's transmitter?
It's still going.
But I'm no good with technology.
Come on, you have to pick it up. Fine, I'll do it. Hey, this is Edward.
Okay, if you could refrain from answering strange calls for me. Mr. Edward, I presume? I know that voice. Shelly the killer. Congratulations on another case solved. Yet I can't truly say it's been fully resolved, can you? I'm sure you've noticed by now that there was a mastermind at work orchestrating the entire incident. How do you even know about this case? That's not what's important right now. Let's focus on this certain individual for the time being, shall we? I have indeed been wondering myself if somebody else could have been involved. If not, how are we to explain the piece of evidence that proves so damning to Kay's case?
No way! An evil mastermind, but who?
Oh, indeed. Perhaps you could share your thoughts. What is the evidence in question that points to somebody else's involvement? The victim's letter, I suppose.
Take that!
The letter Kay supposedly wrote to the victim.
Yeah, I don't remember ever writing that.
So who did? Who would prepare such a thing? I know I'm not the only one who would like to know. And how do we know it wasn't you? Now why would I do a thing like that, I believe the truth can only fully come to light in a court of law. But since you had your badge revoked, that is no longer an option. So how will it all end? I for one will be watching from the sidelines with interest. He even knows about my badge? Oh, and one last thing. I do hope you won't betray my trust in you. Now, I bid you farewell.
What the heck did he mean by the case hasn't been fully resolved? And why is he so interested in us anyway? Everything's just a giant ball of mysteries.
It seems we've only scratched the surface of this case. But even without my badge, I'm going to carry on doing what I can. However this ends, one thing's for certain. Come what may, I will expose the truth. Oh, God damn it. You know, I've been waiting here for the case to have clowns. Because the circus was supposed to be also part of the game. Like, I know that the circus comes back. And now I'm terrified because, like, what do you mean the last episode is the one that has the clown? What do you mean the fifth and final episode is the one where I have to deal with, like, the circus again? I don't want this. I don't like this. Why are we back here? Why are we back here? Um, 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 um,
Store Dollar Godzilla who happens to be a cow.
well, that happened.
April 6th, 10:02 a.m. Big building, plaza.
So, what's next for the great Miles Edward, huh? Wait, you are serious about being a prosecutor no more, ain't ya?
Yes, I am. No longer a prosecutor. It's hard to believe, and yet... I can't stop thinking about what Mr. the Killer said.
Me either.
Congratulations on another case solved. Yet I can't truly say it's been fully resolved, can you?
This isn't over.
We still don't know who the mysterious figure in the red raincoat at Gold Lake was.
Or who really wrote that letter.
We've been dancing to somebody else's tune this whole time. But whose?
Still can't let it go, huh? You're like a dog with a dang bone, but a yellow. Well, I got me some reporting to do, so I'll catch y'all some other time, I guess.
Whoa, you have a new story to chase already?
You're trying to patronize me, Godly? You bet I got new stories, more than you can shake a stick at. A good reporter always has 3 or 4 leads bubbling away in the old scoop pot. Somebody help!
Whoa, what now?
Oh, it's Penny.
Please, you have to help me.
Do I know her? Yes, you do, Edward. You just don't remember. What's the matter? Has something happened?
There's been there's a body. It looks almost like a monster might have.
A monster?
Well, I'll be anybody else who smells the sweet, sweet smell of scoop soup.
Scoop soup.
This way, hurry. What's happened now?
What indeed? I suppose there's only one way to find out.
April 6, 10:05 a.m. Big building, empty lot. This looks like...
Yeah, footprints. Right there is the Portugal.
Footprints? But how big would a creature have to be to leave prints like that? Mr. Edward, look!
Oh.
Shilong Lan.
What's he doing here?
Wait, the guy on the floor, that's...
No.
Lee Jung-won, the president of Shenfa? Hi, Lang. What up? Agent Lang.
Mr. Prosecutor, how did you get here so quick?
What is going on here?
Huh? You don't think that's exactly what I'm trying to figure out myself?
I can't blame him for being on edge, I suppose the leader of his country said. Speaking of which... the body is laying inside one of the footprints. What on earth happened to him?
Monster!
Monster?
What the heck else would I want me to say, huh? Them right there is monster prints, mister. The big old bad old Pterosaurus done stump right through here. I ain't never been sure or nothing.
Now, what? Am I supposed to, and I suppose you mean you are sure.
These right here, the scoop, they'll scoop up all of the other scoops and bury them then feet deep.
Man trampled by giant monster. The lead will lie in every paper from here to Honolulu.
Ridiculous. There's no such thing as monsters. Wait. The honor is all mine, Mr. Edward. I am Dijin Wang. Your efforts on behalf of Shenfa have not gone unnoticed. You averted something of a crisis. You're the assassin You're the assassin we've been looking for? In a sense, yes. A certain someone did indeed hire me to carry out a contract. And that contract did indeed specify that I was to assassinate President Wang. Did he finally manage to? Did you discover the body?
Yes, that is,
What are you doing, Agent Lang? Lang, she says. Begin at the beginning, with the first person to arrive at the scene. Well, did you really just discover the body?
yes. Yes. Go easy on her, can't you see she's scared?
I don't think he's in the mood to go easy on anybody. Nobody's getting it easy today. Do you have any idea who that is laying dead over there? That's President Wang, the leader of Shenfa.
Hold it!
Please, Agent Lang, you don't seem your usual self. In more ways than one, in fact. When we first met, you had more underlings than I could count. And you were known for your unrivaled arrest rate and your cool head under pressure. Now the underlings are gone and you've forgotten the fundamentals of police work. What happened? What did you just say? Shouldn't you be looking over the scene instead of accusing the first person you run into?
Or is it me who's forgotten the fundamentals?
Ugh. I don't need you to tell me how to do my job. I was just about to get started. Good. That seems to have calmed him down a little.
We should take a look around too, Mr. Edward.
Yes, I think we should. At least until the police arrive. I'm not strictly supposed to conduct investigations anymore.
Don't nobody need to do no looking around. I don't tell you y'all who did this. It was Saros or my name in Lotta Hut. Wait. Not who did this, what did it? Yeah, that.
Are you quite finished? We have an investigation to be getting on with. Step aside, please.
You can't order me around no more, mister. You step out of my damn ways, more like it. Y'all mess with this here scoop of mine, and there'll be heck to pay and then some. Excuse me?
The woman who found the body. Where do I know her from?
You're Mr. Edward, right? Do you remember me?
Oh, yes, of course. We met on, that case.
No way, you two know each other?
Yes, as a matter of fact, we do. From somewhere.
Great to meet you. I'm Kay Faraday, Mr. Edward's assistant. Wow, I never knew you had your own adorable little assistant. I'm Penny Nichols. I work over at Global Studios. I'm in charge of props. It's nice to meet you.
Ah, of course. One of my cases involved a murder on the set of the Steel Samurai movie. She was a member of the crew and provided some key evidence. God, I miss my boyfriend. Our paths must have crossed several times while it was all going on. And yet, I'd completely forgotten her. It's good to see you again. So if you're here, I guess that means...
That's right, we're here on location filming for Global Studios. It's kind of a big feature, to tell you the truth. I was first in today, wanted to make an early start, but then I noticed something was wrong. The footprints on the body.
We'll take a closer look at the body in just a moment. In the meantime, can I ask you to notify the police?
Yes, of course, right away.
I'll need to speak to her at length a little later. But first, let's go over the scene. There's plenty to look at besides the body. I'll need to examine everything in detail. Man. Really, Lang? You're using your sunglasses while you investigate the crime scene? this man.
Anyway, I'm gonna go get myself some coffee. It's a good time for me to do an intermission and get myself some coffee, and then we'll deal with the fact that we have an international incident in our hands because the president of a foreign nation is fucking deceased. So, to hide his tears. You say that, but he talks shit about the president is the thing. Like, I cannot believe the man is actually sad about it because he actually talked absolute shit about the president. So I don't think he's crying. I think he's just really, really upset that shit is happening again. First the counterfeit bills, and now this shit. Like, he cannot catch a break. But anyway, I'm gonna get myself some coffee, and then we'll continue investigating an international incident. It really has it hard. Like, Phoenix only has to deal with things that happen in the country that are, like, on his jurisdiction and shit. Edward is like, oh yeah, I have to work with Interpol. Poor guy. That seems like a lot more stressful. Anyway, I'll be right back.
Alright, we're back. There we go. Okay, we're back. I have my coffee. It's at a perfect temperature.
And now we're gonna have to deal with this shit. Honestly, it's really fun to voice Excelsius. Something about, like, Colin winning our nincompoop while doing that voice is very fun. Anyway, let's see. Miss Nichols, where does this exit lead?
That? Oh, onto the grounds of the big building.
Yet another case with direct ties to that same building. What is with fucking buildings in this goddamn series? The building with the hidden 51st floor used to store the lots for illicit auctions. I guess it wouldn't be much of a surprise if it turned out to be hiding yet more secrets. Well, Edward, 2 people were killed here. I think that secrets is the least of what this place has. Look at this chain and padlock.
Oh, look at that! Somebody cut the chain! They did? I'm sure it was still intact when I left yesterday.
I'd say it's possible that this is where the killer entered from.
Eek!
What's the matter now?
Look at that huge dent! How did that get there?
Oh, you're right, that is a big dent. It would have taken a sizable object to make it, and a heavy one too.
That wasn't like that yesterday either.
It wasn't? I guess that means the dent must have been made last night at some point.
What's this big metal stick thing? Is it for climbing trees or something?
No, it's a camera crane. It's used for filming from an elevated viewpoint. There's no camera currently attached, but it would usually be positioned at the top there.
Gotcha! Sounds perfect for casing a place before a Bulgari. Mind if I go ask somebody about borrowing it?
And how do you propose to transport it if the answer is yes?
Easy, you take the bottom part, I'll take the top.
So I'm helping now.
And if we go one little step at a time, we'll be back at your place before we know it.
And we're walking it back to my house?
Hey, these are plastic sheets that you can put down when you have a picnic.
They're plastic sheets, that much is true. But I don't think that's what they're used for.
Want me to explain, Mr. Edward? Those are waterproof sheets. We use them to protect the camera when it's up on the crane. If it starts raining while we're shooting, we can just cover it up and keep going. I see. So they must be pretty big, right? Oh yeah, they have to be able to cover the whole rig. Wouldn't be much point using them otherwise. The weather was pretty patchy yesterday, so we wound up using them quite a bit.
Well, that's not, you know, important, but okay.
This looks like equipment used by the lighting department. Oh, wait, I just remembered there was something I wanted to ask you. Could you maybe light me up when I'm doing my next robbery? Help me look super cool?
You want me to shine a light on you while you're committing a crime?
You bet I do. What's so weird about that? What's the point in doing my great thieving in the dark? The folks in the cheap seats won't be able to see a thing.
Wait, you're imagining you'll be committing this robbery in front of an audience? Hey, please. This thing in front of the trailer here, it looks like a monster costume.
What? That's a costume? You're sure the creature that made these huge footprints didn't just shrink or something?
Perhaps I didn't make myself clear. This thing in front of the trailer here, it looks like a monster costume. A costume! Damn it, what? You're so unfun. Oh, it's the same dialogue, okay. Well, it seems there's nothing else for us to check. Except for, well, the people we need to talk to and the corpse.
It really is him, huh?
It certainly appears to be. The same man we met only a few days ago.
So this time, the president really did get assassinated.
If that is what happened, the assassin certainly chose an attention-grabbing method.
I must go to the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention.
Let's see.
Ah, what's this?
White thing here?
Wait, it's a bone! Does that mean 2 murders?
It looks more like a horn than a bone to me. No obvious wounds, but he's definitely not breathing.
So it really was a monster.
Trampled by a giant creature? Impossible.
There's something stuck to the front of his clothes there.
Yes, speckles of a yellow substance.
Drugs! I bet it's monster drool. Yeah, that must be it.
Please, Kate, can you at least try to be sensible? We'll need forensics to tell us what it might be. Alright, that looks to be pretty much everything the body can tell us for now. I better note it all down. Anything else? The body is surrounded by pieces of smashed up concrete. Yes, they look to have been thrown clearly when the ground was broken.
Pew! Sent flying by the mighty impact of a giant creature's foot.
Pure, assuming this was the work of a giant creature.
Just look at the shape. I know a hoof when I see one. It's only one thing that can possibly be the footprint of an enormous, terrifying beast. And he's not just the one. There are 3.
But you know that's impossible, don't you? You know that monsters aren't real.
Sure, I probably know that somewhere deep down. But it's way more fun to believe they are.
Our job is to pursue the truth, Kay. Not to believe what feels more fun in the moment.
God damn it, girl.
Why did you recover your memory for? Okay, that seems to be all with the body. Miss Nichols?
I'm sorry I got a little upset before.
You were working here alone?
That's right, I came before everybody else so I could get everything ready. But as soon as I walked through the gate, I saw the footprints. Monster prints, first thing in the morning. That must have been a real shock. It was. They weren't there when I left yesterday evening, I'm sure of it.
The footprints must have appeared late last night.
At first glance, I thought maybe they were part of the set. But then I got closer and I saw that somebody was laying in the middle of one of them.
You didn't notice until you were right up close?
Yeah, my eyesight just seems to be getting worse and worse lately. I think I need new glasses. I didn't notice it was a body until I was right by it, which is why I got so shocked and ran away.
That must be why we bumped into her. So you're shooting a movie. It wouldn't happen to be a Steel Samurai movie, would it?
Nope.
Oh. Oh. Poor Edward, he wanted to meet his hero.
This was a creature feature. You know, the Taurosaurus movies, right?
I'm afraid not.
You'll have to forgive me, Sir Edward. He only cares about the Steel Samurai.
That's not...
Hey, that's alright. Not everyone's a fan. But the son will be. He's back after 12 years of silence. The big bad bull himself, Taurosaurus. It's the first Taurosaurus movie in a long time, so the crew's super excited about it. And parts of it are set here at the big building, so we've been shooting on location.
That explains what we saw yesterday. What's happening here? What's going on with the building? Just say calm and talk to me, kid.
Cut. I'm so sorry, we're shooting a movie. Could you,
That must be what they were filming.
So does Taurosaurus smash the big building to pieces in the movie? I bet he does, right? Wouldn't you like to know? But you just have to wait to find out in the theater. Here, you can have this if you like.
Oh, thank you. An epic rivalry is born. Taurosaurus versus Gordy.
A Global Studio production.
Gordy? Huh.
That's right. It's not just Torosaurus on his own this time around. He has an arch nemesis. You know Gordy, right? The monster from Gourd Lake? Oh, yeah. Wasn't everybody talking about that a couple of years back? The mysterious creature in the lake. It showed up in that one couple's photo.
Not only were people talking about it, it played a major part in one of my cases, and I don't like to remember that one. Not a name I'm too wild about hearing again.
The director's fascinated by the stories, which is how good it went up in the movie.
A little behind the times, but better than never, I suppose.
Just wait until you see those two legends staring into each other on the big screen.
This is gonna be so ass. Like, I can see, you know that meme? This shit is so ass meme, but it's Edward watching the Torosaurus versus Gordy movie, and he's just like, this shit is so ass. I could be watching the Steel Samurai right now. That's Edward to me. This reminds me of something I've seen already. I think we need to learn a little more about the security situation here on set. Miss Nichols, is the set kept locked overnight?
Yeah, we use one of these. A combination lock, huh? So anybody who knows the code can get in and out.
And was the lock in place when you arrived this morning?
Yup, everything was locked up tight when I get here.
Who knows the combination?
Oh, the producer, the director, the crew, the actors, pretty much everyone involved with this thing. Basically, everybody who's working on the movie.
So any member of the cast or crew could have opened the lock and entered. Well, Lang, do you want to talk to me or are you gonna be a dick? So, Mr. Prosecutor, we meet again. Yes, we saw you at the detention center the other day too. You had some business to take care of, I take it, Agent Lang? You could say that, nothing that concerns you though. You really have a habit of showing up in the wrong place at the wrong time. You're a bad penny, a bad omen, and a bad smell all roll into one. Just stay out of my way, okay? I've got a precedent to avenge. You were already at the scene when we got here. Why? What were you doing in the area? What am I, a suspect? You might be. Look, I heard a scream and came running, okay? Guess it was old Fred from the crew. Came in from that gate over there. Somebody already got rid of the lock for me. Not completely, I can still see it on the floor there. Perhaps I should take a closer look. When I got here, I saw movie girl running out of the other gate. In other words, he arrived right around the same time we did. So you had business here at the big building? Something like that. A date with destiny, let's call it. He was similarly enigmatic when we saw him at the detection center.
Let me guess, you're a huge creature feature fan, so you came to see them filming the Torosaurus movie.
Creature feature? What do you think I am? Not the type of person who thinks a creature might have done this, I hope. I'm sorry about the precedent. You have my deepest condolences. Thanks. He was a great man. Shenfa will be lost without him. You and he were close, correct? It all started when he hired my father. That was our big break. Our family kept him safe. That was our most important duty, and our most sacred. He gave my father medal after medal. They had to come up with new ones just for him. In the end, there were no medals left to give, so he made us the keepers of his last will and testament. Those medals, that duty, they're our greatest pride, our family jewels. Never thought we'd be unsealing that will so soon.
Wow, it sounds like your family and the president were super close. But wait, when the whole thing happened back at the lake...
You weren't with the president then, right?
Look, a lot happened, okay? This was all 12 years ago or more. My father and the president being friends, our family being the ones who kept him safe. He just changed one day. It was like he became a different person. Drugs? Drugs. Crimes? Did he commit a crime and had to hide it? Did he do drugs? Wait, no. It's Ace Attorney. What would be the most insane option for Ace Attorney? Body double switcheroo. Yes. Actually, yes, that's the weirdest, most insane idea. This man was not actually the president of Shenfa, he was a body double. If this ends up being what happened, I'm going to lose my mind. For the record. Now he doesn't trust the police one bit. I wonder what happened 12 years ago. But regardless of what happened, I still respected him. Shenfa might not be a big country, but he held that place together. Damn it, what was his security detail thinking? I imagine you've already contacted the embassy. Of course I have, and the government, and my family. They'll be going crazy right now thinking about what we need to happen with that wheel. I think we'll be getting crazy here soon too. Those bodyguards will be all over the place.
You know, Lang, I think this is a good thing, because if this happened 12 years ago, that means that this guy has been president of your country for at least 12 years, but probably more. Maybe close to 20 years if I'm not doing bad math, which I might be. This guy governed your country for 4 times what most presidents are supposed to last if they do 1 term. Like most countries have a 4-year term for your presidency. If this guy lasted 20 years, I think like that's closer to a dictatorship, my dude. Like, that's closer to a de facto government than like an actual democracy. Because what do you mean he won the elections? Or did you not have Lang, did you have elections? Lang, did you actually have elections in your country? This is important, because otherwise it wasn't a democracy, sweetie. Like, just saying. That's kind of like, you know, if they voted and they won, like, that's fine. But like, tell me that they had elections, because like that's a long time. Not a lot of people last that long. Like Angela Merkel lasted 12 years in power. Evo Morales also would have lasted 12 years if he hadn't been cooped out of his position, which is ironic because it makes you realize that the only reason why he was cooped out of his position is because he's left wing, and Angela Merkel is a centrist right wing person. Angela Merkel being 12 years in charge of Germany, totally legal, totally fine, you know, who fucking cares, she's right wing. Evo Morales being 12 years in his position and was voted in every time. Yeah, no, he's like, you know, he's an Aboriginal person and also left, so, and brown, so fuck him, I guess. That got a little too real, but it's true. If you're not a fan of trouble, I'd leave it before they get here. Look, Mr. Prosecutor. These days, my one-man outfit, a lone wolf. They won't be letting me lead this investigation. But I've still got fangs, and I can still bite back. I'll find whoever did this, and I won't let you or anybody else get in my way. You know, I don't want to get in your way, Lang. You're the one who gets in my way, I feel. Let's think. Well, okay. The combination lock on the gate leading to the plaza was intact when Miss Nichols arrived, but the lock on the gate leading out to the side of the big building had been cut. What does this tell us? Hehe, easy that the killer used the side gate. Precisely, and it tells us something else important too, namely that our culprit didn't know the number for the combination lock. You're right, it would have been way easier to come in the way that, that way if they did. But instead they chose the classic thief route, the lesser known side entrance. This is no run-of-the-mill criminal, Mr. Edward. We need to keep our wits about us. I'm not sure we should be excited about that fact, Kay. Anyway, we know that everybody working on the movie knew the combination, which makes it likely that our culprit wasn't a member of the castle crew. Or the castle crew, rather. Well, that's important. Let's see. Maybe? No, okay. Doesn't add up. God damn it! Also... Wait, really? Then I'm lacking something, clearly. But I'm not sure what. Like, the most reasonable assumption is that whatever, like, did these marks on the floor is also the same thing that, you know, stepped over the president and gave him the death. Nah. What are you showing me that for? Cause whoever killed President Wang. I'll find them. You see if I don't. Forgive me, Agent Lang. I didn't mean to upset you. He seems to find it hard to keep a cool head where the president is concerned. Unsurprisingly, I guess. Can't help but feel a little sorry for him, huh? Think that's something we can do? I mean, what could there be, anyway, that we could do? Yes, listen carefully to what he has to say and try to help him solve the president's murder. Yeah, which isn't... Like, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be doing here right now. And maybe am I missing anything? Oh wait, I can deduce. I mean, the horn is the thing that looks the most suspicious, I guess. I mean, the implications here seems to be that this was, you know, caused by a giant creature, but that seems very, very unlikely. So, like, I don't think that this is, like, something that would make sense to connect. These three cannot be connected with each other. Let's see. The site exchange was... Uh-huh. That's the letter that we got last time. Wait. Is that just concrete? It looks... Like, I'm trying to think. We checked everything. And clearly we're lacking some information here. Actually, I can't see the horn on that thing. Well, rather, I can see one horn on that thing, but I can't... Oh, no, don't worry about it. Sorry, I didn't mean to touch you. That sounded weird. Don't worry. Like, I think maybe this is from the costume? This could be one of the Pterosaurus's horns, couldn't it? You're right, totally cool. Maybe it's part of a prop from the movie? If it is, it must be from something pretty big, judging by the size. What's it doing on the ground here? We should ask one of the crew. Maybe they'll know. Okay, now I can ask Penny. Because she should know. This horn, do you recognize it? Huh? Oh, that's part of one of Pterosaurus's horns. It's from a model we use for promotional stuff. Where did you find it? On the ground near the side entrance next to the victim. That's weird. We keep a replica of Pterosaurus's head up on the roof of the trailer over there. And it's quite large, I presume. Oh yeah, well, not as big as the real thing, obviously, but still pretty big. It's just up there, see? Right there. That really is big. One fell next to the body. The head usually kept on the fruit on the trailer, and that's where it's supposed to be yesterday as well. Wait. Both the dent in the fence and the broken horn weren't there yesterday, according to a witness. Which leads me to wonder... Wait! You think that giant Pterosaurus head could have... I do. I think it could have... I think it could well have rolled off of the trailer roof and landed in the lot below. It seems more than possible, and it also means... I mean, I don't think... But maybe? No, because... What's the... Like, those were probably made on purpose by a machine or something. But... If the president was, in fact, you know... crushed... under the weight of something... this could work. As far as, like, methods of murder. There's no sight of a murder weapon anywhere. Oh yeah, there isn't. Now, this is still only a possibility. But if the Pterosaurus's head somehow fell from the roof up there... Yeah, that could kill somebody for sure. Miss Nichols, would you mind if we take a look up on the roof of the trailer? You wanna go up there? Sure, I don't see why not. Knock yourself out! Oh, but don't do that literally. The steps can be kinda slippery. Alright, I'm done here. I found out what I need to know for now. And what might that be, I wonder? A child! This shell is gonna grow up to be a femboy. Don't ask me how I know that. It's the shape of the eyes. He has like femboy shaped eyes. You know what I mean? You know when a femboy has like a specific kind of eyes? Like that's the vibe I'm getting here. Move, old man. What did you say to me? You need to learn some manners, kid. No, you need to learn when you're in the way. Quit whining and get out of here. What the? I'm so sorry about him. Sean, apologize to the nice man. Ugh. Come on, Sean, you know you can't speak to people like that. Whatever. What the heck was he? He just told him to grow up. Yeah. A policeman, that's who. Why would you antagonize him like that? I thought there was going to be trouble for a second there. I don't think I've ever seen anybody stand up to Agent Lang like that. Oh, let me introduce you all. Everybody, this is Sean Fan. He's the star of the movie we're making. The star? This little boy? Also, is Sean Fan supposed to be a play on Sean Penn, like the actor, like Penn, you know the actor? I think it's supposed to be a play on that. Hi there, I'm Kay Faraday. It's great to meet you. John, this is Miles Edward. He's a prosecutor. A prosecutor? That's right, and a pretty famous one at that. If he's a prosecutor, where's his badge? He certainly doesn't pull any punches! Oh, you might not want to get too close, Sean. He's right, it's no sight for a child. But he's involved in all this nonetheless. I'll need to speak with him. I love traumatized childs. Actually, would you mind coming up there with us? Oh, sure, after you. So this is the mighty Pterosaurus. Huh, he looks different from before. Here, he's way cooler on the flyer. What's with the weird nose ring and his model? Oh, I forgot, you two aren't Pterosaurus fans. This is the original Pterosaurus design from 12 years back. So, what's the one on the flyer? That's the all-new Pterosaurus. They gave him a makeover especially for the movie. He looks so much more contemporary now, don't you think? A makeover? He's totally different. This one, it's just a cow. Well, he is just a cow. Or at least he was originally based on a cow. He's a monstrosity. Monstrosity? Yeah, the cow, man's best friend, reimagined as a terrifying monster. It totally makes you think about our whole relationship with nature, right? That was the original concept. I think the concept might be a little lost on me. Me too, I'm afraid. I must hardly see and inspect anything that catches my attention. It's a wooden table, sadly collapsed. Parts of it are badly scorched. That's weird. The head should be on that table. But the legs are broken. Guess Pterosaurus isn't going back on there now. The scorch marks look particularly bad where the legs snapped off. I think there might have been a fire up here. Do you think that's what happened to the legs? Yes, and when the fire had burned through the legs, the table would have collapsed and the head would have fallen down onto the ground below. You're right, the fire caused the head to fall. Indeed. And I also happen to have an idea about how the fire might have started. Those cans of paint thinner by the by the heater are pretty flammable. Not a great place to keep them. Oh, but you're right. I'm sorry. I'll make sure somebody moves them. But the stuff didn't get used yesterday. Not while I was here, anyway. Which makes the question of what could have started the fire all the more interesting. Okay. Nothing there. Yeah, I think I could probably throw a little baby over my shoulder and carry it out of here. You're not thinking of stealing it, are you, Kay? No, I was thinking I could just carry it around with me. Then every time you shout objection, I can light you up with it and make you look super cool. Yeah, I can picture it now. You'd look amazing. Well, do I get the job? When do I start? Hopefully, never. The motto was made for promotional events, stuff like that. So people would remember the old Torosaurus and realize this was a reboot. Yeah, he does look different. People might not get it otherwise. And just as we thought, his horn is broken. So the motto really is what killed the president. I think it's a distinct possibility. There's one thing I don't quite understand. What's that? Miss Nichols, the motto looks very heavy. How do you move it around? Oh, it comes apart. If you know the trick, it's not so hard. But I guess if you didn't, you might struggle to figure it out. If you happen not to be a member of the cast or crew, for example. Once it's in pieces, could one person move it? Oh yeah, even I could. Maybe not very fast, but I could. I'm sure I remember that face from somewhere. Hey, Mr. Edward! I know this cow. Funny, I was just thinking the exact same thing. We know it from the president's plane, of course. And from the auction. So President Wang's plushie was a soft toy version of the original Torosaurus. And this really be just a coincidence. It's never a coincidence. This looks like cans of paint thinner. I guess they were being used by the prop department. Look at the ground around them, Mr. Edward. It's all burnt. Indeed, as is the blue sheet underneath, and the nearby newspaper, and the outside of the cans. Wait, you think the Torosaurus head can breathe fire? Nah, this little guy doesn't look like the fire-breathing type. That's not even possible, let alone likely. Still, the fire was started somehow. There's a here there. There's a here. Do you think it's to keep the crew warm or something? I would imagine so. It's spring now, but the evenings can still be pretty chilly. It really gets in your bones. Ah, come on, Mr. Edward. You can't start talking like an old foggy. You already look like one. You have to talk young and bright and happy. You may not have noticed, Kay, but that's not exactly my style. Let's see. Is there anything we haven't checked? Table. Yeah, no. Seems like this is everything. Okay. Something that is only one thing worse than a rapist. Gasp, a child. I hate children. It was Sean, wasn't it? Do you mind if I ask you some questions? Are you really a prosecutor? You just look like an old guy to me. I am. Old guy? Charm, I'm sure. Badge first, then we talk. I don't have my badge right now. Huh. Then how do you expect people to believe you're a prosecutor? Phew, he's not the friendliest, huh? You want me to try talking to him? Why not? I doubt we can hurt. I was never good with children. So you're an actor, right, Sean? Yeah, so what? That's amazing, you're so cool. It's not that big of a deal. Kai's approach seems to be having an effect. So, those horns of yours. Yeah, what about them?
Oh, those. The makeup department made them. The character he plays has a special psychic link with Pterosaurus. And the horns allow him to communicate with his giant friend. Isn't that right, Sean? Just shut up, will you? You don't need to know all that stuff. Sorry.
Well, the power dynamic here seems pretty obvious.
Still, that's kind of amazing, huh? The lead character in a movie. But you're still in elementary school. That's crazy. Oh. Sean's actually 13. He just looks a little younger. What? But look at him, he's so little and cute, and the backpack. I just thought the backpack's part of his costume. He's playing a role, remember? Yeah, I guess he is, huh? But he is kinda small, you have to admit. Oh, we try not to talk about that too much in front of him. I said stop telling people stuff they don't need to know. I am sorry.
It's all part of the row, except for the carton of milk, maybe. Well, I guess it explains it. I also would be a very shitty child if I looked like I was 10 at 13. The dead guy, that's the president, right?
Yeah, you knew him?
A little. I met him once. He's meeting with presidents now? Yeah, guy was a real piece of work.
Hey, you can't say that. It's not nice. What was so bad about him anyway?
Sean, did the president bad touch you? Was the president being a pervert? You have to tell me if the president was being a pervert, okay?
Don't want to talk about it? Fine, I guess. Oh, President One was working with us on the movie.
Working with you? How exactly?
He had a part, just a cameo, nothing big. So he came to look around the set one time. That would have been when Sean met him.
Why put the president in your movie?
We heard he was a huge fan of the original Pterosaurus. So the studio offered him a little role. They figured it would be good PR.
Last thing I need is amateurs on my set.
I told you before, Sean, you can't talk about people like that.
And I told you to shut your mouth! I guess he's none too thrilled about the idea of performing alongside non-professionals. Oh, here.
What's this? Oh, wait, from yesterday.
Photograph? Yeah, I just got them printed. You can keep it if you want.
Wow, it's such a great picture. And you brought it especially for me. That's so kind, thank you.
No, I just happen to have a spare. That's all. I hope you don't mind me asking, but can we take a look too?
Oh, sure, here.
So it was taken yesterday. No footprints and certainly no body. Tsundere little shit. Oh right, I have nothing. Okay, let's think. What else I could do? Like, I guess I could present some evidence to this kid. Like, there's something that I'm lacking here. Like, I have these giant footprints and nothing to do with them. Is there anything here that I haven't checked? Not that I can see. Pterosaur is just a movie character. How did he wind up involved in a murder? That's exactly what I'd like you to help us figure out. Huh. And give me a reason to, old man. I'm trying here, Sean. How about some delicious candy, huh? I bet you'd like that, wouldn't you? Seriously, I'm not 5 years old. Bah, the old candy gambit usually works like a charm. So near and yet so far. You weren't near at all. Like, is there any kind of information that I can get from you? I don't think so, but any maybe? Or does she have anything to say about the photo? Oh, that's the picture Sean gave me. Who took it? There were only 3 of us, so we used the self-timer. Who's the third person in the Torsaurus suit? Who indeed? Hey, tell you what, why don't you go see for yourself? It should be somewhere just inside the gate. Go say hello if you get the chance. Very well. I think we might. Oh. Like, what am I lacking here? Oh god, don't tell me I have to talk to Lota. What is it now? Can you all see I'm busy? Girl next room to work, you know? Why are you so obsessed with the idea that this was a monster attack? Monsters don't exist. Surely even you know that. What do you don't know what the heck you're talking about. Tyrannosaurus is real, dang it, I know that for a fact. For a fact, And how is this possible, exactly? Because I don't seen him. What? You saw Tyrannosaurus? Where? How? Heck yeah, I seen him. The big bad boy himself, right here in front of me. I was up on 51 over at that there big building just yesterday, right? Gathering materials for your story on the underground auction. Yes, we remember. That happened like 10 minutes ago. Well, ain't you just Mr. Memory Man? That's right. I don't see him right when I took that photo. The person in the red raincoat? Miss Ringer, right? Yep, y'all see that line right next to... Y'all see that line right there next to little Miss Redcoat? Well, guess who was on the other side of it at that very moment? That's right, Tyrannosaurus. There's nothing there. I can hardly capture every dang thing. I was just a little too far away, that's all. But I seen it alright, boy did I. Tyrannosaurus' big ol' eye staring right at me, picking right in at the window. A window-picking monster. Anyhow, I don't got time to be shooting the breeze with y'all. I got snap to snap, reportage to report. Quit bugging me, will ya? Go on, get. That entire story was ridiculous. You didn't believe a word she said, did you, Mr. Edward? Is that obvious? Oh, thank god it was only that. That sucked. Alright, I think that just about wraps up our preliminary investigations. So he was killed by... Yes, by a falling Tyrannosaurus head. At least that seems the most likely explanation for now. It came down right on top of him, huh? Hi, Lang. Well, they took their time, but here they are. Police, bodyguards, the whole gang. Mr. President! It's a little late for that, don't you think? Curses! Who did this? Whoever it was made a big mistake. But I promise you this. They'll pay. I'm on their trail already. What? What do you mean? Our president may have been murdered, but that doesn't mean the extraterritoriality applies. The local police has jurisdiction. Luckily, I know the right people to talk to. And I just got myself seconded to the case. Lowly one-man outfit or not, I'll be working this one. It sounds like you already have an idea where you'd like to focus your inquiries. More than that, I've already caught scent of my prey. Take a look at this. It's a printout from a security camera on the viewing platform at the top of the big building. That's... Well, hi, Judge Gabel. It's pointed on the elevator that leads onto the roof, so it records everybody who goes up there. And in this particular case, it recorded the president and his murderer clear as day. What was Judge Gabel doing there? He's saying he suspects her of the murder? Mr. Edward, I entrust my offering to the goddess to you, so that you may use it to call her final judgment onto Excelsius Winner. The murder goes against everything she believes in. Yeah, she's like a pain in the ass and kind of a bitch, but I don't think she's the kind of bitch who happens to murder people. So... I don't know. It feels kind of weird. Agent Lang, perhaps you could explain your thinking on the matter a little further? Can you give me, like, details? Oh, god damn it. He's back at it. I had a little rumor while I was over at the big building. It was about you, Edward. You're not a prosecutor anymore, are you? God damn it! Which means you don't have jurisdiction here. Do you want to cross-examine me while I explain my thinking? Why would I agree to that? Curses foiled again! Hey, don't be like that! You were the one who was just talking about being a lonely one-man outfit. Yeah, you're the one who's pathetic. You know what? Maybe it should be you explaining your thinking to me. How come, even though you're not a prosecutor, you're still sticking your nose into this case? Because I care about the truth. It's a valid question. Why am I still here? Perhaps I can clarify that with a question of my own, Agent Lang. Why are you so desperate to catch the person who murdered President Wang? Because above all else, you're an investigator, correct? I'm desperate to catch a certain somebody myself. A person who orchestrated a murder at the big building yesterday. A person who put Kay's freedom in jeopardy, who put her in grave danger. That person is out there somewhere right now, lurking in the shadows, laughing. Probably laughing, maybe they're not laughing, maybe they're just drinking tea, I don't care. And until I uncover the truth and make that person pay, it doesn't matter if I'm a prosecutor anymore. I'll keep fighting. Find the truth and don't give up until you do. That's a rule I live by. Don't laugh at me, especially when I'm hydrated. You may have the look of a smart guy, but you're a fool just like the rest of us. Huh, a fool? How dare you? That was just what I needed to hear. Fine, you're in. I've lost my minions and you've lost your fancy title. But it seems neither of us is prepared to give up on this investigation. Now seeing as we're both so stubborn, how about we go head to head and trash out the details? I'd be honored. But be warned, I won't be going easy on you. When have you ever? I have an assassin to catch. And not even you're going to get in my... Not even you're going to get in the way of that. Of course, I would expect no less. Let me show you the truth I tore from this case with my bare fangs. Alright, so this Josh friend of yours met the president up on the roof. And then she pushed him, and he landed right there. This had happened the night before last. People had all been clear from the viewing platform, so it was just the two of them up there. Okay, Lang... This building is 51 stories high.
Lang, do you know what happened when you throw a body from 51 stories high? I'm going to put this as politely as possible. Lang? That body does not look clean. I would tell you that it looks like a bunch of chunks of gore splattered everywhere. So no, he could have not been thrown out from the viewing platform. Jesus Christ, Lang! You're an investigator! How do you not know what a body looks like when it falls from a great height?
That pretty much sums it up. Not out of body to kill the president.
They were there completely alone. No bodyguards?
None, I checked. His security detail had no idea he even went up there. He must have gone in secret. Maybe it was a conversation they didn't want anybody to hear.
But what kind of conversation? How were the two of them even connected?
Seems the president spoke to the owner of the building ahead of time. He had him set aside the viewing platform just for the two of them. And it was the president asking. I guess the guy wasn't about to refuse.
So the last person to see the president alive really could have been...
Yep, Gavel. Did you say her name was?
Oh, god damn it. I went too fast. Yeah, her. His argument certainly isn't completely without merit. I noticed at least one glaring hole in his reasoning. That's where I'll need to focus my counterattack. Like, I'm sorry, it just makes me lose my mind. Because, like, again, this building is 51 stories high. Like, your body is not gonna look clean if it falls from 51 stories high. I'm sorry, it's probably not going to look even recognizable if it falls from 51 stories high. Like, at all. This happened last night, but there were no there's also the footprints part, but like, I think that's where I have to concentrate for this. But again, the fact that this discussion is not Lang, literally, what the fuck are you talking about? The body would not look like this if that was what happened. It makes me lose my mind.
Objection!
Like, that's just making me lose my fucking mind. Shilong Lang, former star agent of Interpol. How the mighty have fallen.
What?
Take a look at this picture. It's a behind-the-scenes shot of some of the cast and crew. Look at those smiles. Well, maybe not Sean's, but you know what I mean. And it was taken only yesterday.
What?
If Judge Gabel really did kill President Wang the night before last, the body would have been clearly visible in the background of this picture. Perhaps you should have taken a little more time to speak with those involved. After all, thorough witness interviews form the basis of any good investigation, as you should know. Ah, I don't think I've ever seen you so happy, Mr. Edward. You really do love backing your opponent into a corner, huh?
Fine, you got me. I must say it's been a while, I almost missed it.
Perhaps if you try to stay a little calmer while conducting your investigations in the future.
Don't push your luck, Edward. Lang Shi says,
the righteous anger of a wolf lasts 100 years. I won't be coming down anytime soon, not until we caught the president's killer. I want the same thing, we all do. Nonetheless, maybe you should go to like an anger management class. The body appeared last night. You have to accept that now. And there's one other thing you'll need to accept. The president didn't die from a fall. That's right, he was crushed by the falling head of a giant monster. The incident occurred here on the movie set, not at the top of the big building. Says you, but that's just your theory, your fucking game theory. I'm not about to give up my own because of it. But it literally can't have happened the night before last. We just proved that with this picture, and also the entire explanation of like Yeah, a body's not gonna look clean if it falls 51 stories. Shilong Lang, you piece of shit.
Did you? What if? What if your friend Gavel pushed the president off of the big building the night before last, and then came down here to the movie set and hid the body somewhere?
Here? But where?
There's all kinds of stuff down here. Costumes, equipment, you could hide it anywhere. And then come back that day later, last night in other words, and take it out again. We just need to check the lot for trace evidence. We'll soon find where she put it.
There won't be any need for that.
What?
This piece of evidence proves that Josh Gabriel can have hidden the body. The locks.
Take that!
But entrances to this lot were locked.
And we already know that the chain on the side gate was cut only last night.
Judge Gabriel had no way of getting in here to hide the body the night before last.
But the murder has to have happened 2 nights ago.
Why are you so set on believing that?
Because if you remember, that picture was a printout from a video, and there was more.
Okay, are you gonna show me the video then?
There's footage from a few dozen minutes after your friend went up to the roof with the president. It shows her heading back into the elevator, alone. You know what there's no footage of? The president himself leaving that roof. There's no other way he could have gotten down from the top of that building that high. Unless he was pushed by Gavel.
Okay. Lang, again. That's not possible because the body would look like an irrecognizable pile of gore if he had fallen from 51 stories high. And second, if you had heard anything about the investigation we just did, you would know that in fact there is a way for him to escape. Because there is in fact the hatch that takes you to the 51 floors, that then has the elevator that takes you to the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence chamber, which would make him capable of escaping. You say the president was never observed returning from the viewing platform.
Yeah, the camera was pointed at the elevator door the whole time. If anybody else had come up or down, it would have been on that tape. In other words, the presence of the camera ensured that nobody could have left unnoticed.
I see. That's not good news for Judge Gavel. Vanishing from a rooftop hundreds of feet in the air. Yeah, that's a tricky one, alright? Indeed, even the Yotarasu can actually fly.
Well, not yet anyhow. Just need a little more practice.
Please don't tell me you think you can learn.
Do I have anything? I guess a big building is my best bet. Because there it is, there's a hidden entrance to the 51st floor on the roof. Yes he can. He can, actually. Sorry, Lang. I'm ruining your day. I'm not that sorry for ruining Lang's day, but I am a little sorry for ruining Lang's day. Actually, there was another way.
Apart from the elevator, what do you mean? You're not about to tell me he flew.
He didn't need to. It was much simpler than that. Assuming the president knew what we know, of course. Namely, that the big building has a hidden 51st floor.
What?
That's right, a hidden floor. With a hidden entrance on the rooftop. If he left that way, he wouldn't have needed to ride the elevator.
What? But you said it was hidden, right? That it was a secret? How would the president even know about it?
It's an interesting question, and one I don't have an answer to just yet. For now, this is just a theory.
So what are we talking about exactly? What is this hidden floor of yours? Sounds like the kind of place your little ninja friend would happily spend time in.
No, I hate it there. Don't make me go back.
Unfortunately, Kay's memories of it are far from happy. There's a secret storeroom up there where they kept the lots for an underground auction. The whole sortie scheme was uncovered just yesterday. An underground auction? What the heck are you trying to say? That President Wang was involved somehow? I don't have any proof, but I certainly think it's a possibility. Yeah, based on what we've seen of him, he totally seems the type. He never do that, not the president. Lang, I hate to break this to you. Presidents are usually bad people. Not always, but for the most part, politicians are evil. And, like, the police are also evil. The police technically are worse, I would say. But in general, politicians are evil. Illegal underground actions, he'd have nothing to do with it, nothing! What's gotten into him? I hope you two are feeling lucky, because when people start saying stuff like that, I start biting. Huh, she ran away. You know nothing, neither of you. You have no idea how much the people love him, how well respected he is. Lang, have you checked any, like, what would you call them in English? Oh, god damn it, I don't remember what they're called in English. Like, have you actually asked the people for their opinion, Lang? Like, have you actually gone and asked people, hey, how do you feel about the president? Because I don't think they probably like him all that much. Is that really true? I guess we know what lurks behind that seemingly respectable public face. But the people of Shenfa clearly don't. I wonder if I should tell him the truth about his beloved president. No, what would he do? It would only upset him more. Forgive me, Agent Lang, I didn't mean to upset you. We spoke out of turn. Both of us, I can only apologize. Apology accepted. And reciprocated. I'm sorry I got carried away. It's alright, Kay, you can come out now. Sorry. It's fine. It's not you I'm upset with. It's the animal who killed the president. Well, ain't you just a fine figure of a man? All patriotic and such. Good tip your hat to that sort of thing. What are you talking about? Well, I got good news for you, Mr. Prater. Real good news. What? Ain't no way in heck your pal the president monster down Selvia 51. Really? I was hunkered down in that there storeroom the whole dang time. I spilled like oranges. Of course, he would have already snuck in by that point. Thanks. That's very useful to know. Well, Mr. Prosecutor. What? Because my theory still stands, which means I'm not budging an inch. Nobody saw the president after he met with Gavel 2 nights ago, that's a fact. But it's also a fact that the body appeared only last night. How could the president have fallen from the roof 2 nights ago and only be found today? That seems a little slow as falls go, wouldn't you say? Sure, there are questions that still need answering, I'll give you that. Then I guess there's one thing we can both agree on. Oh yeah, what's that? The question of exactly what happened here yesterday will require further investigation. Yeah, I guess all we know for sure is that the body and the footprints appeared during the night. Agent Lang, we'd like to hand the body off to the coroner if you don't mind. Fine, it's all yours. Just take care of him, okay? Oh, one last thing. What? We found footprints near the body. I mean, footprints in the footprint, if you will, like little ones in the big one. Human footprints in the monster footprint. Interesting. And what kind of prints? Sir, they were a child's footprints about the size of your average elementary school kid. What? Huh? Elementary school? No, it couldn't be. What now?
I...
Miss Nichols?
I didn't mean to butt in, sorry.
Was there something you wanted to say? What's she so scared of?
There's something I have to tell you. You'll probably think it was pretty awful of me, but...
I'm sure it's nothing you need to be quite so nervous about. Well, what is it?
Last night I came here.
What? You mean you came back to the set? Why?
Well, I just wanted to... I was worried about him, so I came back to check. Check on Sean, I mean.
Sean, the boy? Makes sense.
Yes, you see, he stayed behind on his own last night to rehearse. Wow, he really takes the job seriously, huh? Well, this movie is his first lead role, and he's trying so hard to make it perfect.
So she might have seen what happened last night. Around what time was this?
Let's see, it was already after 10, I think. It looked like it might be about to rain, so I got a little worried and came down. And when I got here, well...
You saw something, didn't you?
Yes. Sean was there on his own, running his lines. And towering above him there was this long, like really, really long neck.
Neck?
Yes, with skin like an enormous worm. It was like a dinosaur.
Ah, Lee, you mean it must be. Good Gordy, good old Gordy. You done gave me the slip last time, you slimy old Lisa, but I got you now.
What? Now Gordy's involved too? Yeah, I think it might be. I was as surprised as you are. Although, I guess Sean was practicing behind a kid who can communicate with monsters.
Ah, dang, yeah, right. He could have been communicating for real with them little horn doohickeys of his.
Right, but it seemed more like he was kind of looking up and talking right to him. It was like they were friends. It is pretty weird, right?
Dang, 13 is weird. Waiting in a mustache and a mule. How could he cheat on his best monster pal like that? I fear movie and reality might be getting a little mixed up here. And you're absolutely certain that's what you saw.
Oh, yes, but only for a moment. I was so shocked I just turned and ran.
Well, how about that, Mr. Prosecutor? Another mysterious beast to contend with? Don't tell me you believe this nonsense, Agent Long. The monster angle's neither here nor there. But I think we have a pretty good idea. Now, who we need to speak to next? Young Mr. Fan? If he really was here last night. There's a good chance he saw something. My thoughts exactly. The prosecution calls Sean Fan to the stand. The fuck is this fucking kidding?
Sean ran off just a moment ago.
What?
We need to go after him.
April 6, 10:54 a.m. Big building, plaza. Where the heck did he go? Maybe he just went home?
Yeah, right. They won't be doing any filming today after all.
Sure, or maybe he went on the lam.
Nah, you're just overthinking things, Shirley.
He's a child, Agent Lang. There's no way he killed the president. Not on his own. Or who said he was on his own, huh? Maybe a monster gave him a hand. Maybe he summoned one of his creature feature pals to help him.
Yes, very funny.
I'm not saying the kid did it. Not for sure anyway. Not yet. But he's our most important witness right now. And we need to find him.
Hi, Gumshoe.
Mr. Edward!
Hey, it's Gummy!
Oh, hi.
Yeah! He ran away!
What was that about? Well, it just goes to show you that your police force can be trusted. Are you saying you intend to continue investigating the president's murder alone? Yeah, so what?
Well, last time we met you, you had about 800 other agents helping you.
Sure, but I told you, I'm a lone wolf now. You got a problem with that? I don't need lackeys and I don't need friends. All I need are these fangs right there. Right here. Right there in my mouth, I mean.
Look, Lang, I know you're still kind of heartbroken about Sheena, and the fact that she was Callisto Drew, and the fact that she used you for who knows how long. And maybe you feel like you cannot trust anyone, but you need to chill.
Keep things nice and simple.
No lackeys, no friends.
Anyway, got you both around.
Things just done got interesting. It sounds like I got my work cut out for me. 2 big pieces on the prowl. Howie! It's raining scoops. If I don't catch at least one, I ain't no shutterbug worthy of the name. And she left. Wow, this all got kinda complicated, huh?
You did. The Pterosaurus footprints were bad enough. Now Gordy? This might as well be a movie.
Well then, we better get our monster hunting shoes on.
I suppose we had. Who's that?
That's one of Agent Slang's old team.
We come across a few of them on previous cases, but this one's on his own. Excuse me. Oh, Mr. Edward. Long time no see.
How come you're not with Agent Lang?
Shifu? He's not technically my boss anymore. Really? What happened? You remember that case from a month or so back? The Atarasu case.
How could we forget?
You made kind of a big mistake there. Came about as close to aiding and abetting a serious criminal as you can come and still keep your job. Indeed, I guess that was pretty close. Well, being Shifu, he took full responsibility, so they disbanded our team.
Whoa, that's harsh.
But it explains why he's now a lone wolf, as he puts it.
So, what are you doing here?
Well, to tell you the truth, I was worried about him. I think he's been chasing ghosts. Ghosts from 12 years ago, to be precise.
12 years ago?
What does that mean? Sorry, I already said too much. I better be on my way. These ghosts of Agent Lang's... Could they have something to do with the case we're currently investigating?
Well, looks like everybody left except for us. What do we do now?
Good question. Miss Hart went off monster hunting, and I guess Agent Lang is busy trying to track down young Sean. Perhaps we should try investigating another angle.
What kind of other angle?
Somebody needs to get Judge Gavel's side of the story.
Oh yeah, you're right. What did she say again?
Please forgive me, but I had better be on my way. I am to present over the trial of Fifi Lagar in a bit.
I guess the trial will be beginning right about now.
Indeed. I think we'd better head down to the courthouse, don't you?
Alright, let's go! Courthouse time! God damn it, really? Do we continue now?
Come on, game. Oh, why did it go down? Okay. God, it's so weird to not see the judge there. I mean, she is a judge, but like the regular judge, you know? The judge. Or friend, the judge.
April 6, 11:23 a.m. District Court, Corner number 3. Is the defense ready to proceed?
Yeah, bad. Bring it on, Big G. Big G, question. Why am I on this side of the thing? It feels weird. I thought that I was supposed to be on the other side.
The prosecution has been ready for some time.
The original attorney in this case, Rosie Ringer, was murdered. while the original prosecutor, Eustace Winner, has disappeared. So Fender and Francisca have taken over in their places. Very well. Let me begin by apologizing for the delayed start to these proceedings. The crime we are here to adjudicate took place in a prison, an institution of the judiciary. What's more, the fact that the defendant was the warden of said prison carries grave implications. These two factors combined caused pre-trial preparations to take more time than usual. And then the unfortunate passing of the attorney in charge, Miss Rosie Ringer, delayed the trial yet further. But now we are ready to begin at last. Mr. Fender, Miss Von Karma, the court thanks you both for stepping in at such short notice.
Hey, don't sweat! Rosie was your paw, right? And this was her last case. Couldn't exactly say no, could I? You'll have to bear with me though, gang. Didn't exactly get a ton of time to read the paperwork. How about you, Fran? Everything good over on your side?
It's hardly ideal for the prosecutor in charge of the case to have run off and abandoned it. But justice can't sit around waiting for him to grow a spine. The evidence has just been handed to me, so yes, I'm ready. Thank you both. Very well, bring the accused, Miss Fifi Lagarde, to the stand. Man, it's been a while. I invite the prosecution to make its opening statement. Alright, the accused was... Let me stop you right there, darling. What is it, Miss Lagarde? Oh, I was just wondering if you could tell me something. That something being why on earth I'm here. Perhaps the opening statement will clarify that for you. But will they, dear? Really? Fine, carry on if you must. I fully intend to. If you can stay quiet for one moment. The murder in question happening at the prison where Miss Lagarde worked as a warden. The victim one drunken night was being held in the detention center. The prosecution's case will show that Miss Lagarde took him from the holding cells and murdered him. And she did so with this knife. Is something the matter, Miss Von Karma? How can that? No, the evidence!
What gives, Fran? Everything okay?
The murder weapon is not here, and neither is Bolivar Mechanics' Shiso.
What? Say it ain't so.
Silence! Silence! Miss Von Karma, explain yourself. I wish I could, Your Honor. Now, murder weapon. Then what exactly are we all doing here? Really, darling, you shouldn't volunteer to prosecute a case if you can't even keep the evidence safe. I can only work with what the previous prosecutor gave me.
Little boy winner strikes again. Hey, gee.
What is it, Mr. Fender?
Guess we know where this is going, huh? Let's kick this one down the road a little further, shall we?
The court hereby denies the defense's request.
What? Don't be like that, what's the dealio?
He's absolutely right, of course. We simply can't have any more delays. Let's get on and show everybody how wonderfully innocent I am, shall we? Innocent? I'll thank you to take this seriously. Oh, but I am, darling, and you don't have any evidence. You just said so yourself. In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Haven't I heard that somewhere before? And without any, you can't charge me with anything. Isn't that right, Verity, darling? It is.
What? What?
Without the items in question, the prosecution's case against the defendant cannot proceed. As such, this court hereby declares the accused, Fifi Lagarde, not
Whoa, hold the phone there, Hassie Pants. You can't go dropping a verdict just like that.
Forgive me, but why is the defense objecting to its client being acquitted?
Don't be cute, kiddo. You know as well as I do that little Miss Warden over there is guilty as a heck. And as for the murder weapon, you were right there when we found it.
Mr. Fender, it is incumbent upon this court to see that fair judgment is afforded to all. and as the instrument of the court, I cannot allow my experiences or opinions to interfere with my work. You must think of the Judge Cabell who was present when the murder weapon was found, and the Judge Cabell you see before you in the courtroom today as two entirely different people.
You're killing me here! You're killing me here, girl! I'm walking here.
I have no choice but to pass judgment based on the evidence available.
Objection!
And we have that evidence, just not here. Give me some time, just a little. Funny, I swear to you. The prosecution hereby requests a recess.
Oh, yeah, defense of that too. Come on, Your Honor, don't do us like this. Come on, we're prosecuting here. I mean, defending here.
Very well. The courtroom accepts the request.
Really, Verity, you won't help anybody bow into pressure like that, you know?
There will be a 15-minute recess. I suggest that both the prosecution and the defense use the time well. Understood.
Yeah, say by the bell, huh?
Very well. We will reconvene in 15 minutes. Well, shit, this is getting worse. Sorry, I'm just so full of snot. April 6, 11:38 a.m. District Court, 3rd floor lobby. But we did totally find that knife, didn't we, Mr. Edward? Yes, of course we did. It wasn't a crocodile.
What's the matter, detective? It's the metal detector, sir. It's reacting to the alligator.
What? How?
The metal detector was reacting to something inside her after all.
Your Honor, I'd like to remind you of this piece of evidence. The chisel.
Didn't we just figure out that it's in the murder weapon?
You might recall that Mr. Canis hid this chisel in his dog's mouth. Would you believe that the real murder weapon was hidden in much the same way? That's right, the murder weapon is hidden inside the alligator in the pond over there. So did somebody steal it or what?
Mr. Edward!
Oh, I thought it was Gumshoe, it's you. Miss Berry, Mr. Saint, are you here to watch a trial?
Yeah, we heard it was going to be a real fun show. Do you know where we need to go?
Is a trial for the case I was nearly convicted for?
It should be starting any minute now.
We were late because of practice, but it's somewhere around here, right?
Simeon, there's kind of a problem. They lost some evidence, the knife and the chisel.
So they called a recess and kicked us all out of the courtroom.
What? But no, they can't. They're not going to arrest you again, are they? No, say that. No.
Gee, I forgot how easy it was to upset you. Huh? How dare he embarrass me like that? What's those sounds? Speaking of easy to upset.
Frostina, Fronderella, chill, okay, just chill. Come on, put the whip away, that's it.
That idiot of a so-called prosecutor, I'll find him and I'll make him eat the whip for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Yeah, Milester, you gotta calm her down, kid's gone cuckoo.
I guess I better at least try. Oh, it's you. Good morning, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor. Francisca, you shouldn't be here, you know. You're not in the right line of work anymore. You should be at home planning whatever it is you mean to do with the rest of your life. What are you going to do, Francisca? You only have 15 minutes and you're wasting it talking to me. Don't you think I know that? And wipe that infuriatingly reasonable look off of your face? You're like a news anchor calmly reading the news or something. And it's utterly exasperating. It's probably better that I don't rise to that. I never imagined you would be the one prosecuting this case, Franziska. Nor did I. But what a case! The murder of a presidential bodyguard. And by the warden of a prison, no less. The murder weapon was probably entering into evidence and everything. And yet, when you went to present the knife to the court, it wasn't there. That imbecile! Not only did he abandon his case, he made me look like a total fool! The next time I see that little coward, I'll whip him into shape if it's the last thing I do! You go ahead and do that, but quit taking it out on the people around him. I don't think that's gonna work. Hey, Meister, so you got your memory back, huh?
Sure did. Yeah, I'm me again.
You had me worried since we till Sunday. No, that other key wasn't a blast, too. Anyway, welcome back, kiddo. Bring it in.
No. We need to be thinking about this trial right now, okay?
Yeah, I guess things has got pretty pear-shaped in there, huh? We need to dig up the missing evidence, lickety split. We can't count on them putting the trial on how much longer. Yeah, it's a stumper, alright. If only some kind soul would offer to go find it for us.
That's an expectant look if I ever saw one.
Can't help but notice you still haven't asked for your prosecutor's badge back, bucko. Finally you said to come what the path of action is with me and your old man, huh?
The committee has my badge, that much is true. But I haven't given up just yet. I'm still not ready to walk in my father's footsteps. I think I need to, like, get married or something. And that's not legal in Japanifornia yet.
No, well, it's not like there's a deadline. You do you for as long as you need. The old family office will be waiting to welcome you with open arms when you're done.
Thank you, Fender.
Yeah, if only somebody would go sniff out that evidence for us.
Just the mental image of him just saying this and they're just staring at each other. And it's like... And I look at him. And he looks at me. And I look at him. And he looks at me. And I look at him. And he looks at me. Fine, we'll do it. You could have just asked.
Way to go, Melcio. You sure?
I'll do what I can, but that might not be much in 15 minutes.
Brad and me will buy you as much time as we can, okay? She won't be banging that hammer of hers until you made it back with the goods, I promise.
Thank you. I'll be counting on you, Fender. And you, Franziska. How does that sound? What makes you think I'd accept your help? How about some advice instead, that you seriously consider a new career as a news anchor?
And Fran, clogs a TikTok in here. Time to step up the plate.
Alright. Fine. We'll stall the trial for as long as we can. We better get your ex-prosecutor behind in here. You know, I quite like having you run errands for me. Maybe that could be your new career instead. I'm glad you're on board. And also shut up.
I can help too. I don't want to be arrested again.
This sounds fun. Can I play?
Alright, that would be very helpful of you both. Very well, shall we begin? Whenever I saw this scene first, I heard that one sound effect of someone awkwardly clearing his throat. Mentally, I'm just on that stupid Homestuck video. Based on that one section of that one song by Weird Al. And I look at him, and he looks at me. And I look at him, and he looks at me. And I look at him, and he looks at me. Just for like 20 minutes, like they only have 15 minutes to like have their recess, and it like 20 minutes passes and nobody stops them.
I think we need to go speak to a certain somebody, don't you?
Well, we need to speak to in order to find out the evidence went. Well, good question. Arguably, Eustace is the most likely to know.
Take that!
He's the one who had it before. That's right, the supposed custodian of the evidence in question. Eustace Winner. The new prosecutor guy. Okay, we're on it. Thank you, Mr. Saint. Alrighty then. I think we better huddle up and talk to Zafran. Just the two of us. Ow! Don't keep me waiting, Miles Edward.
We'll try not to. We'll be back as soon as we can.
Franny Poo, wait up now. Alright, we need to find Mr. Winner, and fast. Oh, Gavel. Hi. What are you doing here?
Whoa!
Judge Gavel.
Ah, Mr. Edward. A pleasure as always. A pleasure? How is it a pleasure? And what was all that about just now?
Okay, stop it.
But Judge Gavel knows that horrible woman is the killer. Why the heck would she? Evidence is the only language that the goddess of justice understands. My own personal thoughts and feelings do not come into it.
Okay, Gabriel, who's blackmailing you? Like, come on. You went through all of the shit that happened on the last case with fucking Excelsius, piece of shit that he is. And now you're telling me this shit. Who's blackmailing you? What are they blackmailing you with? Like, what did you do? Come on, bitch. I know that there's something wrong here. I'm not an idiot. Is this all Judge Verity Gavel is?
You may believe my way of thinking to be heartless, but it is my way.
To be this hard and unforgiving? There's something I'd like to ask you, if you don't mind.
Please go ahead.
What were you doing on the roof of the big building 2 nights ago?
The roof.
You met the president of there, didn't you? Of Shenfa, not of Japanifornia. We've seen security footage of the two of you.
And is there something wrong with that?
Only that his body was discovered this morning, right next to the very same building.
What?
I think you understand what I'm getting at. You're considered a suspect. And if Agent Lang has his way, you're probably gonna be the suspect, if you know what I mean. So... speed it up, girl. Tell me what you know. What happened between the two of you?
Nothing. We simply talked for a few minutes. And when we were done, I left. I took the elevator back downstairs alone.
That much we know to be true. As I said, we've seen the footage. And what business do you have with the leader of a foreign power?
I'm not at liberty to say.
See, well, I'm not at liberty to leave until I have answers. In which case, there's only one thing for it. She's hiding something, and I have to get it out of her. Mind chess.
Judge Gabriel met with the president of Shenfa the night before.
Okay, she has 4. This is gonna be an experience.
Yes, I admit it. We met on the roof of the big building. But it was simply to discuss professional matters. Matters that I am not obliged to discuss with you.
I'm clearly going to have to work hard to get past her professional defenses. If she puts up too impenetrable a facade, I'll probably be better off biding my time. I should start by asking what she met the president to talk about. Mind chess. Perhaps you could begin by telling us what you met with the president and want to discuss.
As I told you, professional matters. Professional matters which I do not intend to share with you.
I'm so glad you understand. I must say you're a very busy woman. A judge, a committee member, an occasional aid to us in the field even. Thank you. I take my professional duties very seriously. And do those duties include a meeting with foreign dignitaries? Yes, of course. From time to time. The law is my life. Nothing I do falls outside the scope of my duties. The recess call was only a short one. If I have nothing further to say, I should be on my way. No, wait! Seems I chose the wrong minute to hold back. Okay, learn my lesson. I should probably push her when she's looking like that. The least offensive she looks, the more I need to actually push. You returned Kay's promise notebook to us just this morning. Surely you can claim that that fell within the scope of your duties. I am not yet a perfect servant of the law. That much is true. No, you are a human being, and that was an act of simple human kindness. You have feelings, Judge Gabel, and you are allowed to have them. About the president's death, too. I can still hardly believe it. If I may ask, how did he die? He was crushed to death by the head of a monster known as the Therosaurus. Forgive me, I should probably explain. Is that true? He died on the set of the movie. He did? Interesting that you should even know what Torosaurus is. Oh, I imagine I must have heard about it from Eustace. Something about them shooting a movie somewhere near the big building. She isn't fooling anybody. She's clearly very upset about something. She mentioned Mr. Winner, who seems to have disappeared along with some vital evidence. Perhaps if she won't tell us what she discussed with the president, we should try to find out what else she might be hiding. I'm clearly getting under her skin. I need to dig further. Francisca stepped in to take Mr. Winner's place in the trial, but how was she supposed to prosecute the case if he never handed over all the evidence? My interest is solely in ensuring that a trial proceeds fairly once it has begun. And if once it has, vital evidence cannot be presented, it should surprise no one if the accused goes free. I am a judge, a servant of the law. My personal thoughts and feelings do not come into it. So you have no personal feelings when it comes to Mr. Winner's disappearance? Of course I do. I worry about him terribly too. Wait, too? Does that mean there's somebody else you're worried about as well? Huh. I imagine their identity may explain your strangely agitated state. I don't know what you're talking about. I am a servant of the law, and my feelings are immaterial. You are all servants of the law, all of us who stand in the courtroom, but we're not superhuman. You, me, everybody else, we're just people underneath it all. Much as we'd like to bury our feelings and remain impartial, that simply isn't possible. You're right, of course. I am in no fit state to offer impartial judgment. Please, Judge Gabel, just tell us the truth. What's going on? I'm... What do I do? What do I do? Oh, she's freaking out. I've never seen her lose her composure like this. I should ask her who this person is she's so worried about. The professional mask is finally beginning to slip. Perhaps now I can get to the human being underneath. Judge Gabel, who are you so worried about? And where are they? My apologies, but I simply cannot tell you that. I'll need a clue if I'm going to pursue this line of questioning any further. I should try another tack for now. The person you're so worried about isn't Mr. Winner? He has not been seen since he discovered the truth about his father. Of course I am worried about him, but this could also be a valuable test for him. He chose to disappear. He can choose to reappear. And the other person you're worried about can't? That's not something I'm at liberty to talk about. I don't know what might happen to that poor child if I did. That poor child? Who are you talking about? Nobody! Please, it was nothing, ignore it. Judging by the look on her face, I definitely shouldn't. I think that might prove to be a valuable clue. Judge Gabriel, come on, is it? I'm to deploy the clue. So this poor child is missing and you're desperate to find them. And since you say child, I suppose we're right in assuming that this person is a minor. I can answer, and I won't. It has no bearing whatsoever on the murder of the president. Oh, god damn it, I have to do the other one. Okay. I need to do the last one. This person you're so worried about, is it Torosaurus? I really don't have time for jokes, Mr. Edward. It's not a joke. When I told you about the president, how the president was killed, you seemed surprised when I mentioned that he was crushed by Torosaurus. That was simply shock at learning how he died. And where have Bill sat on an empty lot. It sounds as if something about where he died is particularly troubling to you. No, that's not true at all. It's just... film sets are places where dreams are made, and instead a great man met his end there. I only hope that they aren't more scariest again when the news is shared with the cast and crew. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid the cast and crew already know. We met two of them at the scene, a crew member and a young actor, Sean Fenn. No, why did this have to happen? Something about the Torosaurus connection really seems to be upsetting her. I think that might prove to be a valuable clue. We have what we need. Yeah. Time to deploy the other clue. You seem to get very sensitive every time I mention Torosaurus. The poor child you mentioned has something to do with the movie, don't they? How did you? Well, girl, you're giving me all the information I need. You're usually so cool and collected, your discomfort told me everything I need to know. Who is this poor child? You have to tell us. Very well. You figured out so much already. I might as well tell you the truth. The person I am so worried about, the person I am so desperate to find, is Sean Fenn. Sean? But why? That is more than I can allow you to know. Judge Gabel, you said you would tell us the truth! God damn it, woman. And if you don't give it up voluntarily, we will have to force it from you. I'm afraid you're just going to have to accept that. I need to get her to tell me why she's so desperate to find Sean. Do you know Sean personally? He is famous. I doubt there are many people who do not know him. I certainly didn't until today. Then you clearly need to be better informed. Perhaps I could teach you a few things. There is almost nothing I don't know about him. That's a little, sus. Forgive me. I allow myself to get a little carried away. That seems to happen quite a bit when the subject of Sean comes up. Look, I do not know him personally. I simply know a lot about him. Sus. I'll need a clue if I'm going to pursue this line of questioning any further. God damn it. We're trying to find Sean too. Do you have any idea where he might be? Why would I have any idea about that? The two of us aren't connected in any way at all. God damn it, really? Are you a fan of Sean's, perhaps? Am I? Yes, I am. I am an ardent admirer of the work of Sean Fenn, child actor extraordinaire. Thus, I heard that he was filming near the big building. So I made it my business to learn where the set was and some other important details. I see, I suppose that makes sense. As a fan, you'd want to know such things. I imagine you would also have tried to learn when he was supposed to be on set. Yes, of course. He said he would be filming there all day today. You make it sound like you heard that from Sean himself. I don't think he'd be sharing his schedule with a mere fan, do you? No, I misspoke. Ignore me. Every slip of the tongue she makes to be seems to be to do with Sean. And now we know she's spoken with him. That's an important clue. And I think that I can deploy my clue here. Oh, really? God damn it, I need to use it on the other one. Yeah. Come on, woman. This would have been faster if you told us your relationship with him. Even if he's sus. I can understand you're being worried about Sean, but you seem a little too worried. And you implied before that you had spoken to him, which must surely mean that you know him personally. How did I give away so much? So the two of you are acquainted. This is surely an important clue. Okay. Time to deploy my clue again. Oh, that's the queen. I don't know what exactly the connection is between you and Sean, but I know for certain that it exists. You've as good as told us that it does. No, Please, Judge Gabriel, you have to help us try and find him. Help you? That would never be allowed. By whom? The Goddess of Justice? By the one person who knows where he is. At last, the puzzle pieces are finally starting to fall into place. I know why you're so reluctant to tell us anything about your relationship with Sean. Admit it. He's been kidnapped, hasn't he? Judge Gabriel, I need you to tell me the truth. All of it. Very well. This time, I will tell you everything. Your intuition was correct. Sean has been kidnapped. I knew it! It's not like you made it super obvious or anything. But why does that have anything to do with you? That is, Sean is... He's my son. What? Well, we may not have found out what she and President One were talking about, but we found something just as important. Sean has been adopted. Not exactly the endgame I was expecting, but that's checkmate nonetheless, I guess. Mightiest. What? You're Sean's mom, Judge Cabell? No way, come on, you're too young! Actually, yeah, how old is she? She's 26 and he's 13. So, either she did have him very, very young and there's some bullshit at play. It's true, I am Sean's mother. Look. Magazine clipping. An article about Sean. You always carry this with you. Yes, everywhere I go. I guess you could call it a kind of talisman. That certainly speaks to the bond between them. And you're sure he's been kidnapped? Unfortunately, yes. I received a phone call from the kidnapper just before the trial began. Did they make any demands? Only one. That Fifi LeClaire been found not guilty. Well, that certainly explains what we saw in there. And without any, you can't charm me with anything. Isn't that right, Verity, darling? It is. Without the items in question, the prosecution's case against the defendant cannot proceed. As such, this court hereby declares the accused, Fifi LeClaire, not guilty. That's why you came so close to declaring her innocent. I have failed in my duty to the law. I am a judge. If I cannot arbitrate with impartiality, I make a mockery of justice. And yet, I try to force through a ruling based on nothing but my own self-interest. Judge Gavel, your son has been kidnapped. I think it's understandable. The goddess must be furious with me. But I just couldn't do it. I couldn't sacrifice my son on the altar of justice. I couldn't remain impartial when it mattered most. Of course you couldn't. Are you crazy? Hey. No parent could just give up on their child like that. If that makes the goddess of justice man, then I'm sorry, but she's wrong. If she really thinks that way, then she is the guilty one. Isn't that right, Mr. Edward? Yes, declaring the goddess guilty, that's, bold. Kay's right. As I told you, though we all serve the law, we are also only human. And none of us could, or should, be expected to sacrifice a child for the sake of a verdict. Thank you, both of you. But the trial must continue. There is no escaping that.
Your Honor, there you are.
It seems it is time. Judge Gavel! My dad was a prosecutor. He was. Yeah, he used to work in a courtroom just like you do. And I was thinking about what he would have done if he was in your position right now. If a prosecutor were forced to insist that a suspect was guilty, that would... I know what he would have done. Anything, that's what. He would have done anything to get me back. He would. So what I'm trying to say is, you can trust us. What do you mean? To get him back, to snatch him from the jaws of danger. I'm the second Yatagarasu, and if you agree to trust me, I promise I'll get him back for you. The thief who steals only the truth, and perhaps one or two other things. Well, Judge Gavel, what do you say? Will you trust the great thief to steal back that which matters most to you? Mr. Edward? I'd like to help too, if that's alright with you. Thank you. I know I'm in no position to ask this of you, but please, see that he comes home safely. Oh, we will. Don't worry, you can count on us. Here, take my cell phone. The kidnapper may call again. You'll get it back, along with your son, I promise. I will do everything I can to draw out the trial. But I don't imagine I can give you more than about 2 hours at best. 2 hours? That gives us until 2 p.m. Please, I'm counting on you. Well, here I thought the great thief was on sabbatical. Well, hold on to your hat because she's back in business. Alright, let's do this. My first commission. I can't afford to mess it up. In that case, we'd better start looking right away. Where to begin? Gah, where the heck did he go? Maybe he just went home. You're right.
They won't be doing any filming today after all.
Sure, maybe he went on the lam. Perhaps we should see if Sean left any clues behind at the big building.
Hey, what are you doing giving orders? This is a great thief operation. I'm in charge now.
Is that so? Then what am I?
You're my assistant. First assistant to the great thief Jetagarasu. Talk about an honor.
I've been relegated to thief's assistant.
Alright, let's get to work. Team Jetagarasu, move out.
Well then.
April 6, 12:10 p.m. Biggs Building, Plaza. Alright, here we are. Ready? On 3. Just follow my lead. You'll be fine, okay?
What exactly are you talking about?
Even in the depths of night.
He's not gonna do it, Kay.
Your turn. Keep up, will you?
Why are you making me do this?
Because the great thief Jetagarasu just arrived at the scene of the crime, dummy. How is anybody supposed to know that if we don't announce our appearance?
You may be a thief, but I most certainly am not.
Ah, fine, I'll do it on my own. Even in the depths of night when no other bird dares to take flight, when alone soars to shine the light of righteousness on the world's blight. And that one is me, for I am the great thief Jetagarasu.
I'm very much aware of who you are, thank you. Now shall we get on with this investigation?
You're not fun at all.
We don't have time for fun. We have less than 2 hours, in fact. We better get started.
Alright. Well, we have the photo. Let's show it to a few people, see if it jogs any memories.
Will that be for Monday? Because, we're almost 30 minutes over time. Things got a little long with the mine chest, I guess. Boy. Okay, that's gonna be everything for today. Oh boy. This is gonna be long, huh? At least we're on the last case. We're almost done. We're almost done with this shit. Anyway, thank you everybody for being here. Tomorrow, maybe some Little Witch in the Woods. There was a new update with new stuff, and I might as well check the update with the new stuff since it's an update with new stuff, and I check the updates with new stuff. And if not that, maybe something else, but probably that, because, again, update. And then on Monday, we are continuing with more Ace Attorney investigations to Prosecutor's Gambit, Miles Edward having a terrible time 2.0. Something, the titles of these games are getting really long. But anyway, that's for Monday. So, again, thank you for being here. Have a good rest of your day, a good rest of your weekend. And I'll see you tomorrow for some Little Witch in the Woods, probably. With a new update. It's a friendship update. You can give things to people now. And also, you can craft. Friendship and craft update. I keep adding stuff to that game, it's impressive. Anyway. Bye everyone!